always hopeful and optimistic that things will be better because this is the country that we all loved. This is our land, and we lost boys that have seen it all, and we want to have a better future. We have our country have a better future, and this is the hope that we are always praying for, so that this country can be better for all of us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reporters, where we bring you some of the stories and events that have made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, we've got you covered in this edition. I am Adebanke Odunoyi. Thank you for joining us. To improve health outcomes for Nigerians, there is an urgent need to address the healthcare system and the broader socio-economic challenges. CEO of Nigeria Support Trust Fund, Dr. Fejiro Chinye Nwoko, said this at an event to recognize outstanding Nigerians for their philanthropic gestures towards strengthening the nation's healthcare system. Justin Akadonye tells us more.
The COVID-19 pandemic worsened the nation's health system, resulting from redirection of funds, fewer healthcare workers, and poor hospital utilization. The NSF explains that weak healthcare system is underpinned by unclear governance, poor financing, inadequate human resource, and poor information systems. However, with a target to support the vaccination of 1 million Nigerians across 6 states, the fund, in collaboration with the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, NPHCDA, surpassed this target by 60%. So what is next for Nigerians beyond vaccination?
What we did was to assist the NPHCDA to actually roll out vaccination in 6 geopolitical zones faster and quicker than they could have done. And it was a fantastic collaboration. And that's what we talk about strengthening. We are not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're not trying to do anything super new. We're just trying to strengthen what we have on ground.
Access to care is a big issue because we know that finances is a major issue for many Nigerians. 4 in 10 Nigerians are living on the poverty line. And so if they cannot access care because of finances, they most likely die from preventable causes. So we are trying, one priority area we are looking at this year is to improve access to healthcare. And we know that access to healthcare is not it. Also the supply of healthcare. We know that healthcare workers are leaving the country in the drones. A lot of, we don't have as much healthcare workers as we need.
At this gathering, these Nigerians are celebrated for their passion. They speak of their inspiration, which is born out of the need to transform the lives of vulnerable Nigerians, as well as reskilling the nation's workforce and also strengthening its healthcare systems.
Given the impact of COVID at that time and how it brought so much focus on the inadequacies of our health sector, so naturally strengthening the health sector became the focus of our conversation.
Protecting vulnerable Nigerians, right? That is key because I think for organizations like this, such people sometimes are neglected, they are not catered for, they are not remembered.
We don't have a social security system, so taking care of our vulnerable taking care of the vulnerable people in our society is critical. We must look after our neighbors. In terms of healthcare, I have personally been affected by the lack of good healthcare system in Nigeria, and I'm totally passionate about that.
The World Bank says over 95 million Nigerians are estimated to become poor by the end of 2022. What can be done in terms of improving access to healthcare?
Poverty has so many ramifications. It's not only healthcare that will solve poverty. Education will solve poverty. Wealth creation will solve poverty. But the truth is that all these various legs need to be addressed.
In all, these advocates want to see a shift from paper-based data collection, incomplete and inadequate records, as well as poor disease surveillance. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You do not have to be hard on yourself or be ashamed. Rather, speak out and get help so that the perpetrators can be brought to justice. This was a submission of inductees of the 2021-2022 Female Reporters Leadership Program, FRLP, held in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oedokun tells us more.
This is a gathering of very powerful network of women in journalism. They have distinguished themselves in investigative journalism, having gone through rigorous training, mentorship, produced stories and initiated leadership projects, they are now ready and poised to be inducted into the fellowship.
Look across our newsrooms all over, whether it's radio, print, broadcast, there's no question at all that women are underrepresented. And this initiative is very important because it empowers our women folk and then gives them the opportunity to take over the industry.
Doshima Abu, Bukola Samuel Wemimo, Kimberly Wachiku, Annette Felix are among the 21 female reporters added to the network for the year 2021-2022 fellows.
It's been career transforming and life changing. It has helped me to step outside of myself, step outside of my personal challenges and be more compassionate and be desirous of helping other people.
I started this program while I was, a staff, a reporter and presenter at Plus TV Africa, and the fact that, the station gave me that opportunity to also carry out a leadership project where I trained about 9 female reporters and interns at Plus TV Africa and do a story project about an issue that's so sensitive, that's sexual and gender-based violence. It really is an honor for me.
This fellowship is a blessing. I'm saying it with a wide smile on my face because, I've had people even call me to say, we need to have you come train other journalists outside my circle, outside my immediate environment, on a continental level to say, come and replicate what you've learned from this. Come and teach other journalists. Come to our school and teach young girls and young boys about sexual and gender-based violence. So it's not just about my job professionally growing and mentoring my colleague. It's about taking it to journalists who are outside my scope.
Over the months, we've seen a number of young girls, children, being raped by those who are supposed to protect them. And so this has made me more intentional about telling your story, going to them and telling those stories, and holding government accountable.
As damaging as sexual and gender-based violence is to the dignity and sanity of any person, they agreed that survivors must be willing to seek help.
We will not stop talking, we'll keep talking until something happens. And we'll keep reporting these issues until we see result. And that's the goal. That we'll not just tell reports, but when we tell this report, we get NGOs involved and we get every organs of government, anybody responsible involved until we see that we see that these stories come to a logical conclusion. Either those who perpetrate this ill are held to account or face the law.
I would say to someone who is a survivor of sexual and gender-based violence, do not be afraid to get help. You would get justice if you stick at it. Don't be quiet, don't be silent. This culture of silence is the reason why the perpetrators think they can get away with it and the circle continues.
The induction of these 21 female reporters makes it 73 fellows since the inception of the fellowship started in 2017 and the Report on Women program since 2014. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyeduku, Plus TV News.
Ahead of the 2023 general elections, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, has called on commanders to be apolitical as the electioneering period draws near. Lieutenant General Yahaya stated this during the opening ceremony of a 3-day second Senior Command and Leadership Seminar organized by the 6th Division of the Nigerian Army in Port Harcourt. The report.
The Chief of Army Staff, represented by Major General Victor Ezugu, said that he expects appropriate lines of communications between relevant security stakeholders to be established to facilitate cooperation during the planning, preparation, and execution of operations that would aid civil authorities. The Army Chief expressed optimism that the seminar would afford participants the opportunity to build on their individual capacity and contribute meaningfully towards enhancing Army operations.
A better system of operation ought to be established so as to harness the collective potentials of all security stakeholders for optimal effect. I therefore charge commanders at all levels to ensure that troops under command are adequately enlightened on the need to be apolitical and eschew all political vices.
Major General Ezugu maintained that troops should be adequately trained, equipped and motivated to play their constitutional roles in supporting the country's security apparatus.
The emergence of the cyberspace as an operational domain and the impact of social media on our operations is one of such issues that require attention. It is desirable that all our troops are adequately trained, equipped and motivated to play their constitutional roles in support of the federal government of Nigeria.
On his part, the Chief of Training, Major General Abdul Salam Ibrahim, noted that a non-kinetic line of operations is essential in tackling contemporary security challenges, adding that it is currently being reviewed to provide the Nigerian Army with the impetus needed to meet its constitutional mandate.
The theme of the seminar for this year is aptly enhancing the capacity of Nigerian Army senior leader commanders for optimal performance in a complex operating environment. These anchor on the recognition that current operational environment is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, hence requiring sound leadership and dynamic thinking by our commanders.
Also speaking at the event, the General Officer Commanding GOC of 6th Division of the Nigerian Army in Port Harcourt, Major General Olufemi Oluyede, expressed confidence that the workshop will drive the vision and the philosophy of the Chief of Army Staff.
It's designed to equip the senior commanders and military leaders with skills and mindset needed to better protect and preserve the cherished image of the Nigerian Army in an increasingly political environment of the present-day command.
The theme of the training was building the capacity of Nigerian Army to meet contemporary security challenges in a joint environment, the role of senior leadership.
Gunmen opened fire on worshippers at a Catholic church in Ondo State, Nigeria on Sunday, leaving dozens feared dead. The attackers targeted the St. Francis Catholic Church in Ondo State just as worshippers gathered on Pentecost Sunday. The report.
At least 50 worshippers were killed and several others wounded on Sunday after gunmen with explosives stormed the church and opened fire in southwest Nigeria, according to local sources. The attackers targeted St. Francis Catholic Church in Ondo State.
It's quite unbelievable that somebody will come and the intention was to kill everybody in that church. And those running out, they were being shot from outside. Those who were inside were being shot from inside. They threw 2 dynamites to blow off the altar down to the sanctuary. This kind of desecration can only be done by the evil one.
The region is widely known as one of Nigeria's most peaceful states, though has been caught up in a rising violent conflict between farmers and herders. Nigeria has over the years struggled with security issues as the country experienced numerous terror attacks that have resulted into killings, while some kidnappings.
It's time for a short break now. We'll be back with more stories. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Nigeria's oldest secondary school, CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, celebrated the 163rd anniversary of its establishment, and to commemorate the day, the Old Grammarian Society, OGS, held a series of activities, one of which was the launch of the solarization of its perimeter fencing. Plus TV News correspondent Uyime Afia was at the event. Her report.
The the management of the institution, the Old Grammarian Society, and members of the Founders Day Planning Committee of the school kicked off the week-long program. The president of the OGS, Olu Vicent, highlighted the roles the Old Boys have played since the inception of the school in 1859.
What we have witnessed this morning, we have had the commissioning of an ultra-modern kitchen constructed by the 1982 set. Then we have behind me I have the beautification of a garden done by the 1994 set. Then we have the first phase of the 40 kVA power. OGS UK and America will be commissioning, we're embarking on the supply of power using solar for the entire school. So the school will be on solar panel independent of the PHC and the rest of them. They've done the first phase, 10 kVA, which we've done this morning. Then we've had the ICT building, which is in focus, which is being undertaken by OGS Americas. The ICT building is to ensure that we develop the capacity of our students, that not just in terms of ICT knowledge, our ability to have their hands on touch, to be able to repair handsets, repair cell phone and the rest of them, and be able to do professional exams, even while our students in the school. So at the end of the day, by the time they are leaving the grammar school, they are equipped for the challenges of the future. They can, on their own, with the education they get in the school, be anywhere they want to be in the world.
The Anglican Bishop of Badagry, Babatunde Adeyemi, who was a guest at the event, stressed the need to pay more attention to children and youth as they are the leaders of tomorrow.
Because of the situation around us, need to pay attention to the children. We have dedicated various projects, but the foremost project, most important project, are the children. And when they are properly groomed, we have leaders taking over from us tomorrow. So we should pay more attention to our children.
Chairman Board of Directors, Professor Afolabi, said that the foundation led by the school made him into whatever he is today.
Today, foundation was laid in the primary and the secondary school I went to, like CMS Grammar School. The friends I have today are the friends I made when I was in school. So it has made a huge difference. The instruction I got from my principals then is what has helped us through life. So we cannot underestimate the value of the education we got from CMS Grammar School. So I appreciate it and I give God the glory for 163 years of education in Nigeria.
Chairman Planning Committee, Dr. Dikpo Arigbede, said that they have decided to take it upon themselves to improve on and contribute to the well-being of the school and of the children at large.
Grammar school has been in existence for 163 years, and it's an annual event that we have inherited from our forefathers, and we will continue to improve on it. Highlight or part of what we have done this year is a lecture that was done a week ago during the press conference with the outgoing Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. Professor Ogundipe was the guest speaker. We had the career talk, and we also had the prize-giving day on Friday. And this is the hallmark of everything today, which is the Thanksgiving and luncheon, today's luncheon. And as I said, it's an annual event. We'll continue to do it and improve on it every time.
The high point of the event was the presentation of prizes to some of the outstanding students and teachers. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News.
There was a gas explosion in the busy area of Shika Quarters, Kashin Quarter in Kano, killing 2 people and leaving 20 injured. Plus TV News correspondent Stephen Enoch completes this report as presented from our studios.
The gas explosion, which happened in Kano State on Thursday night, has resulted to the loss of 2 lives, with over 20 victims receiving treatment at the Murtala Mohammed Specialist Hospital in Kano. Eyewitnesses who spoke to Plus TV News said the explosion happened when a gas retailer lost grip of a cylinder which got in contact with the fire of a fish seller while the retailer was filling gas for a customer. A resident of the house which was burnt said that he lost all his properties in the fire, thanking God for saving his life.
I was lucky to escape the fire. May God protect us from things like this. It is very alarming. Yesterday, we took over 20 people who were burned to the hospital. May God continue to protect us. This morning, a child of 11 years old was confirmed dead.
The brother of an 11-year who lost his life said his younger sibling was at the scene of the explosion and lost his life when the explosion happened.
When fire caught the gas retailer shop, many children ran to the scene of the fire. My younger brother was among them. Later on, there was an explosion which affected my brother. He died this morning and will be buried soon.
Nasir Guazo, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs in Kano, says the ministry is committed to supporting the victims of the explosion.
Over 70% of them have very severe burns, and they require dedicated treatment and care, and it will consume a lot of money. And therefore, we are committing ourselves to supporting the process of providing care to them. It's a very sad event that has occurred, and we will also put in place a mechanism to ensure that from now henceforth, the management, sales, and use of gas becomes safer for our society.
Police Public Relations Officer of the Kano Command of the Nigerian Police Force, SP Abdullahi Haruna Kiyawa, hints that investigation into the explosion is underway and sensitization will be carried out in the state to prevent such occurrence from repeating itself.
Investigation into this explosion has commenced. At the scene, we were able to recover 7 gas cylinders that are yet to explode there, and also the Commissioner of Police directed for discreet investigation. With these developments, this one, and of course the previous gas explosion in Sabongari quarters, the command has stepped its toes in order to be all out in public enlightenment and sensitization. All the stakeholders involved will be invited to the command for sensitization and for forward, so that next time we know just something like.
The Lagos State government said about 5,000 motorcycles have been crushed in the first quarter of the year 2022. The State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, made this known at the crushing site in Alausa. He said the 2,000 bags which were crushed shows how serious the government is in its enforcement. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oedokun tells us more.
Over 2,000 motorcycles, also known as Okadas, being crushed by the Lagos State government. It goes to show the seriousness that the state government attaches to ensuring that the state is rid of Okadas and its menace.
Commissioner for Information Gbenga Omotosho and Transport Commissioner Dr. Frederick Oladende walked journalists through the crushing site to witness the destruction of the motorbikes.
People have been wondering what we've been doing with the Okadas that have been taken out of a town. So for you to see what we have been doing with them, this is why we invited you here today. I'm happy you have seen the way they have been crushed.
Mr. Omotosho says that the government had to take the enforcement seriously due to the excesses of the riders and the alarming rate of road accidents recorded this year alone.
In the first 4 months of this year, we had 1,712 Okada accidents. Of these, 700 of road accidents. Of the 1,712, 767 were due to Okada.
Omotosho, however, called on riders securing to the state ultramodern transport schemes to get actively engaged. Commissioner for Transportation Frederick Oladende urged residents to remain calm and obey traffic laws as alternative means of transportation have been provided.
We're putting more high-capacity buses on the road. The government is working around the clock to make sure that our rail system is working. We've increased the number of boats on our waterways, and they should just be calm and move about their daily business.
Chairman of Lagos State Task Force says there is no going back on the enforcement.
we don't see Okadas on the road, on the express any longer. The number has drastically reduced. But I know for sure, and I'm passing this information to them because they are watching us. They might be of the belief that the first 1 week of the enforcement will be thorough. After 1 week, we are going to relax. Anyway, we will watch and see. But I'm passing this message to them that from next week, we will do more intense enforcement.
With the recent pronouncement and the continued enforcement on the ban, Lagosians hope is not short-lived so that the sanity is sustained.
Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center has called for collective efforts for a cleaner environment in Rivers State. This comes as the United Nations Environment Programme and the global community mark the 2022 World Environment Day with the theme Only One Earth. The report.
The incessant dumping of refuse in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, has become a source of concern for residents, with heaps of refuse dotting strategic locations. The executive director of YEAC Nigeria, Domnamene Fineface, called for collective action with a clear realization that the environment determines the well-being of the people.
Apart from Ogoni area, which is very much polluted like some other parts of Rivers State where cleanup has not started, if you get to the city of Rivers State, Port Harcourt and Obiakpo form the Port Harcourt city, you will see that everywhere is dirty, everywhere is filthy, everywhere is stinking and smelling because of the waste that is disposed everywhere on the street. From the streets to the median, everywhere you go, you see waste everywhere disposed. And the Rivers State government is unable to really drive the issue of sanitation in the city of Port Harcourt. And that is of a very big concern to us because apart from the immediate environment, which is our surrounding, our support man, you also look at the atmosphere, which is part of the environment, part of the ecosystem. It's also polluted with soot.
Fineface appealed to the state governor Nyesom Wike to appoint a commissioner for environment to drive the state's environmental services, enforce environmental laws, facilitate waste management and speedy restoration of Port Harcourt to its garden city status. Some residents also urged the state government to partner with youths to tackle the incessant dumping of refuse across the state, thereby creating employment opportunities.
Rivers State government needs to sit up to be able to achieve the garden city status for which Rivers State and Port Harcourt is known. And that the governor will need to do by reappointing a commissioner for environment that he sacked over a year ago. The state government should also put together the Rivers State Waste Management Agency by appointing a new administrator. I also think that if the government should put together the 3,000 sanitation marshals that it promised since 2020, while signing into law the Public Waste Disposal Management Bill 2020 into law, it will go a long way to address the issue of waste in Port Harcourt.
My own is to, if I have to reach Rivers State government or to reach sanitation office, they should employ indigenous security. Somehow, like if I'm employed that I'm standing here at this junction, I believe from here to the end of the junction, to the end of the Chakricha, I believe that nobody will put those bins from the compound to this compound. Anybody keep those bins from the compound will trace the person and bring the person and prosecute it before government.
Refuse is not good on the road, but the government need to empower the community people so that they will be in charge of this refuse. It's not by sending people to come and chase them. The thing will not work because when the people come, they will go. But the community people can be on ground and say, no, this thing is bad.
The environmentalists appeal to residents of the state to keep their environment clean, to be able to enjoy good health and a healthier atmosphere, especially in this era of COVID-19 and monkeypox, among other diseases associated with a dirty environment.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Otunui. Thank you for watching.
Research has it that working with your spouse has an impact on your personal relationship, as some couples believe that working and building a business together has made their personal relationship much stronger, deepening their trust, appreciation, and making both the business and marriage more successful. But the question is it healthy for couples to work together? Well, we're about finding out from this couple, Andrea and Collins Teke, who do not only have the same career, but also work in the same organization and as well share office space.
This is how these two on-air personalities resume their dream career jobs together every day. Collins and Andrea Teke were renowned individual broadcasters before they fell in love and got married. Not a few people think that relationships are hard enough to deal with on their own, and when you throw working together into the mix, it can get even trickier. One interesting thing about the Tekes is how seamless the couple anchors the same show together, a first of its kind in Nigerian radio.
Lagos, Nigeria, we want to know how you're doing this morning. What is going on around your area? We want you to tell us and also scream, "What's up, Lagos?" Yes! Yes! Cheers to life!
They didn't always work together. Collins used to run a production studio, and it was at work that he met Andrea.
I needed a female voice. The client demanded for a specific female voice that sounded a certain way. And explained it to one of my, staff or team members at the time. And he said, "No, I know this lady. This lady is, she has a great voice. She's fantastic. She's beautiful." So, the boss, you even like the babe self, that kind of thing. And I said, "Okay, let's hear." Before you know it, there was a phone call. Before you know it, and then, it was timely. She came into the studio working. She just stole the presence of the room, And I couldn't do anything. I didn't have anything in mind because at the time I was in another relationship.
What happens at home? Does Andrea take up the role of a traditional African wife and mom?
I'm blessed to have him. I'm not sure that I'll be able to meet up. I'm not sure that I would be able to meet up if he has not been the way he has been, that is being super supportive. I wake up in the morning and the first thing is to take care of my baby because we have a son together. The first thing is to take care of him, have his bath, prepare his meal, cook and, clean, have my own bath prepared, and then we come to work. But the good thing is he takes up the responsibility of bathing this boy in the morning. So he takes that off my duty, so to speak. Sometimes I do it while he cleans or dresses him up. And then I face the kitchen. So we share that responsibility. It's more like sharing the responsibility at home and also sharing the responsibility at work. So it makes it easy for me.
It's a situation of we are going to work together. Yeah. We have to leave at the same time. We meet at the same time. Get on time. And then do our show. We have to prep afterwards, do everything together. So I can't go back home and start saying, "Where's my food? Where's my food from where?" You understand? So we plan it together. Yeah. And I think that pushed me to also, rise to the occasion, which is something I would encourage, especially couples, whether or not you're working together, to rise to the occasion when your woman needs it the most.
Thank you. Spending time together may be good for their relationship, but this couple also faces challenges, especially in maintaining their individual identities.
People will call on the show and say, Collins, tell your wife. And the wife is right there. They call and they greet him first before they greet me. Some don't even greet me. Some don't even regard that I am on the show with him. Yeah. So it dealt with me when we started initially, dealt with me mentally, dealt with me emotionally, because it felt like I am there, but still not there. Because, it took a while for people to recognize my presence, because at the end of the day, you are his wife. You are supposed to calm down when he's talking. You're supposed to be quiet when he's talking. And, this is my job. I was a broadcaster before I got married to him. Yeah. And so it is my job first. And that's what people took a while to embrace. It's just something I'm dealing with. And I think that people would gradually get used to it. There are no days that we don't have, times where we quarrel, times where he's on a different cloud, I'm on a different cloud, and we have to come on the radio and talk and make Lagos happy.
And do it. Kick a show.
And make Lagos happy. So it's actually challenging where you have to not let the world know that you're dealing with something and come on the air and be beautiful and be excited. We sometimes forget that we're having any issue or there's a quarrel or there's a misunderstanding or there's one problem to deal with right on the show. And after the show, we're out, we're giving ourselves, that was a great show.
I don't know, right? But we're fighting. People tend to just make what they make out of the situation. So whatever you present is what you get. So before you know it, your individual brand starts sinking in the joint brand.
Sharing an office space requires this couple having as little time away from each other as possible. As nerves may become frayed,
we have to create the fun.
Exactly what I was going to say.
And make it a fun filled. That's what we do.
That's what I hear. We create our fun.
Go somewhere
when we're
alone.
tensed, right, with everything happening, we call it decluttering. We probably go to the beach side, nobody with us, just the both of us, no phones, nothing. And we are sitting, discussing what is going on in our lives as individuals and also as a couple. We just declutter. What I have been having in my mind that is building up to a resentment, I tell it to him. He also tells me we find a way to trash it out.
And it's a no judgment zone.
Yeah, we try not to judge each other. We just say the way it is.
A number of private organizations don't allow their staff get romantically linked. Collins shares his view about this.
It's a world that is changing from what it used to be, making laws just because you want to make laws, but doing it for the best interest, in the best interest of those involved. So it's a question of, the interest of those involved. I don't think it changes anything. If anything, couples working together has proven, at least in our own case, that it promotes bonding. It also promotes, in fact, I've been a better broadcaster, from the moment she joined me on radio, and even the listener could notice that. I've been a better person, individual, even at work, behaving myself, not doing anything. Because my family is here, I can't go around investing around, even if I'm that crazy guy, I have to, So the benefits are countless. So if, I don't know what the fears are, but I think I want to talk to organizations who have such policies. I think they should review it and give people the chance. I mean, there's nothing wrong for people to be in love and work together.
That's right. I agree with him.
The couple have advice for couples willing to work and build business together.
Once you can create a great atmosphere when you're together, when no one is looking at you, when there's no camera like this one, I'm sure you can replicate that easily when there's a camera. So, but if you do not have that great life and then you want to fake it in front of people and come in and say, oh, everything is fine, hey, it's a matter of time. The toxicity that's involved in it would show, and then it would affect the work. So it all depends on the couple.
There would be challenges. There are things that you would experience that will make you feel like, no, I can't go on anymore. That's just the way marriage is. There are tough times that will make you feel like, yo, I cannot continue this. It's going to happen even with the business. But if you take it the way you take your marriage and say, regardless of this turbulence, regardless of the challenges, it has to work. We have to get it done. When you have that mentality, trust me, it might just come out beautiful.
From the office of the Techers, we head to the home of another interesting couple that has been into automobile mechanics for many years. Wale and Taya Oshikoya have been married for 10 years and working together in repairing vehicles. This home doubles as one of their workshops in Lagos. Marrying Wale was a dream come true for Tayo.
This work started through my husband. Even when we were during courtship, he has been on the field. I was not on the field, but I love the job. So after we get married, I have to join him so that we can work in together, because it's what I've been willing to do for long. And I just love that job. I just love it because when I was small, it's my dad's field. So I used to assist my dad when I was in primary, secondary school. So to God be the glory, after my school and everything, getting married, God now gave me someone that I love and the field I love most.
Meet my wife, we married together, and I have to tell my wife that this is kind of work that I'm doing. And I somebody that I love so much, and she loved the work. So when I say, well, I have to tell him to go and quit where he's working before. There's one company that she's working and is managing the company, and she agreed with me. She surrendered. She said, okay, she quit from there, and we join the work together, and thank God for now.
The home of Oshikoyas is well managed, according to a lady mechanic, as Tayo is called.
My work did not disturb my home at all. Even we stay behind, maybe we close very late. My husband will tell me very early that you go home, children are home, they are off from school, go home. Then I'll come home, my husband will be doing the job. By the second day, early in the morning, we will go to balance up the job.
You say, Wale, I say, ma, I say, this business, you have to go more forward now. I said, like how? Now introduced me to one Fashola school in Ikorodu, automobile school, technology. You know, we went together. We take me to the school. I said, oh boy, okay. So I see some my junior brother that's even my age, my children age mates. I say, you see those ones that will sit down together in the class. I say, okay, no problem now. And I encourage myself because I know what I'm looking for. I know what I'm going. I know where I'm coming from. I know where I'm going. So God give me I'll give God the glory. We'll sit down together, we'll write the exam, and then take me. So and I'll go there, he give me back school, he give me my shoe, give me my everything, uniform. I take it. I go to the school, I saw some of my age mates, of my class, of my children mates. We sit down together and say, Papa, I say, how are you? I'm your Papa, yes.
Personal and marital issues are not allowed to link into the workspace.
We both have our ups and downs, but it doesn't affect our business. Exactly. Our ups and downs is inside our room. Once we are in the same bed together, our ups and downs is off. It did not affect our work. Customer cannot even see it in my face. Rather than for me to now say that, no, it's someone I love. Why will I disturb his business, or why will I disturb my business? If that thing shows in my work, that means our career is nothing.
Normally, as a woman being, as a flesh, we have flesh. Sometimes we fight. We quarrel each other. So that go and do this work. We say, well, I'm tired. I'm tired. Which kind tired? My friend, you have to do it too. You also, I'm your boss. Say, okay. You know that I'm tired. I'm a woman now. I say, you have to do it because you love the job. We say, okay. And you do it. Sometimes, like last week now, I said him to go and do work in Ibadan. He say, only me. I say, yes, now. You go and face the work and you defend the work. And you go. Sometimes we quarrel, you fight, but you will say, I will hug him back because I know that he's woman. Says some things that I'll say, okay, come outside, leave, let me come and lose it for you. So we have to settle it back.
Wale and Tayo have had to endure side talks from people who think their line of profession is strange.
There's one man I used to work with him. He just called me, say, Wale. I said, sir. He said, why your wife used to follow you up and down? I said, sir, my wife is my colleagues. My wife is my partner for this business. If I want to take a boat now, or I want to do something, I want to buy this, I want to lose this, I will tell him, yeah, go and do this, go and do this. So since I've faced so many challenges on this work with my wife, but so far my wife, somebody like he make courage on the work, and she determined on him. There's no how people can discourage him. Even you face so many challenges on mommy's side, on family side issue. They say, why you follow your husband? Why do you tell your husband to open a supermarket for you and do business and selling and do this? You say, Mom, that's your own time. This is my own time. This person, I love it and I love the job. So all the worry people say is wrong. Sometimes they call me and say, Wale, why you don't get money to give your wife? I say, Mommy, it's not that I don't have money to give my wife, but my wife loves this job. So work. Say, okay, after some things, or after so many years, they leave us.
if you are a dirty person from your home, you will surely be a dirty person. But if you need, if I'm going out now, wash my body, clean my hands, you won't believe that this person is a mechanic. I fix fingers as well. I do makeup if I'm going out. You won't even believe that I am a mechanic. That is why at times if you go to customer's house, before putting on my overall, they will say, you come with your wife. If they not say that, no, she's a mechanic, they will say, the women, they love to see me doing the job. They will say, Oga, go and sit down first. Let me see her, the way she's performing the whole things. Even if after everything, if the woman will not say, wow, woman does this one. If my workmanship is 2,000 naira, we say, oh, my dear, let me give her 5,000 naira because she encouraged me.
Sometimes I will tell them that, okay, today we want to go out, we don't do any work, we don't have any customers place today. We are going to dress, wear your dress, do your nails, do everything. I will take him out to go and enjoy ourselves. As a woman, there is nothing hard. If you have the determination, this thing, I want to lose it. It's almost the same thing, the way we handle our husband and children at home. Any children that's very difficult, you know how to handle those children. That's why the work is. See people that start before us, that is doing this business, that there is no more again. But we just give the God the glory because we achieved so many things on this work. And we thank God the kind of wife that is given to me. So we achieved so many things.
A work that you are doing, you can be able to train your children's school, and you can be able to cater for your home. And you can even have a shelter on your head, having your own car. What else someone needs on this earth? Nothing more.
They have also faced challenges working together as a mechanic couple.
If you have a space outside there, people see couples working together, we have more customers. But immediately you go outside there to make your own workshop, government will come and demolish it. It's a big challenge on us, even all mechanics. They see the work as a dirty work and they are going out on their daily basis with their cars. And of which, if the car eventually stopped on the road, they're still going to call we mechanics.
Wale and Tayo believe mono-career couples can emerge strong and fulfilled as long as their values align.
I encourage the people that want to do the business, want to do the work. They should focus on the thing that they want to do. Don't look down on yourself. Maybe you are too big, you are too do this. Just focus on it. And the couples that want to do the business, they have to have trust. Trust your wife. Let wife trust your husband. If you make money today, it's not that the money that you make today, you make sure that you finish all the money. You have to put half for savings or anything. Because like this job that we're doing now, we use some our money to run the business.
If you have passion, you have zeal for your husband's work, and you doesn't have anything doing, it's very advisable to join your husband once you don't have any skeleton in quotes in your cupboard. So you have every right to join your husband just to make the business boom.
Our findings point that some couple craft a way to thrive in love and work by understanding each transition and knowing what questions to ask and what traps to avoid.
Yes! Cheers to life!
signature on my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, yeah, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Lomo Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things. A lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something but I can't. I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, there's just a block, you know. So sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. You know, as an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, you know, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, you know, to visualize and to draw. You know, and then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, you know, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, you know, look at those things, the shadow, the light, you know, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go, you know. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing, so there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay, this is all I'm doing today. You know, and I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes, but I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. You know, there's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. To see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, you know. So I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. I mean, in this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men, you know. So it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. You know, one major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but at least we tried it, you know. So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, you know. So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I mean, I enjoy it. So
in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now, you know, in the international workspace, nationally, and you know, just doing, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where, you know, anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio creating different things from animation to illustrations to different type of artwork.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
whatever I've done. This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Boko. This is the news brief. President Muhammadu Buhari was at the Eagle Square in Abuja today for the 2022 Democracy Day Parade. The parade is an annual exercise held in honor of the nation's return to civil rule and to remember Nigeria's hero of democracy. President Buhari's arrival was heralded by a general salute signaling the official kickoff of the exercise. Prior to the president's arrival, the Guards had fallen into formation with several general salutes taken to welcome the squad leaders and the commander of the Guards Brigade. There were also general salute for the Chief of Service Chiefs and the Inspector General of Police, as well as salutation for former President and Vice President, among other dignitaries. Present at the arena to welcome President Muhammadu Buhari were the Minister of Defense, Major General Bashim Magashi, retired Chief of Defense Staff General Lucky Rabor, ministers and other members of the President's Cabinet, members of the National Assembly, and members of diplomatic corps. Oyo State Police Command has confirmed the abduction of Bishop Jabbar Diocese Anglican Communion, Kwara State, Reverend Aderuba Adeyinka Oluwaseun, his wife, Oraife, and the driver. They were abducted yesterday around 8:30 p.m. at an isolated road along Oyo-Gbomosho Expressway. The command has initiated an intensive manhunt for their abductors. A source hinted that the abductors have demanded a ransom of 50 million naira. The source hinted that a former vice-chancellor of the Ajayi Crowther University, Professor Dakpo, was contacted by the abductors. The Oyo State government today declared a 3-day mourning period in honor of the victims of terrorist attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State. The decision is in compliance with the communique issued at the end of the virtual meeting of the governors of the Southwest State held on June the 10th. The governors condemn in every strong sense the crime perpetrated by the terrorists against the people and residents of Owo, and by extension, the peace-loving people of the Southwest. The governors, as chief security officers, resolved to continue to assist security agencies in the areas of crisis management and intelligence gathering at all times. Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi has described the claims linking the Islamic State West African province, ISWAP, to the church attack in Owo as a mere speculation. He stressed that no evidence has confirmed that terrorists were responsible for the attack, which claimed many lives and left several others injured. Amid controversies over who was responsible for the incident, the federal government linked the killings to Islamic State West African province, ISWAP. Fayemi believes the position of the federal government is a speculation. According to him, governors as the chief security officers of their state are privy to all manners of intelligence and not all of them are actionable. A former presidential aspirant, Tunde Bakari, has recounted the reason why he lost at the All Progressive Congress Presidential Party primary election. It was held on the 7th and the 8th of June 2022. Bakari said this during a Sunday service at his church. He said despite the challenges leading to the primaries, he refused to compromise his standards by giving bribes. Our correspondent, Paul George, was there and now reports.
The church is full to capacity. It is a moment of praise to God Almighty as Pastor Tunde Bakari mounts the pulpit to give his speech on the aftermath of the primary election. He starts by celebrating his welcome with a song. The pastor says he is more convinced now than ever before that the future of his cause is bright, hoping that a new Nigeria is possible.
I remain convinced now more than ever that the course to serve our beloved nation Nigeria has been a worthy adventure for a worthy cause. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., it is my earnest prayer that the good Lord will bless Nigeria with leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. Leaders who can subject their particular egos to the pressing urgencies of the great cause of freedom.
Pastor Bakari says he is glad he and his team did not compromise on the values which are integral to building a new Nigeria, and that made him score 0 at the primaries. While appreciating his team and the people who supported his ambition despite the outcome, he congratulated Asiwaju Bola Tinubu for emerging as the party's standard bearer. He, however, said Tinubu's victory is a seal to his contribution to the party and the political sphere in Nigeria.
To my supporters across the nation and in the diaspora, I thank you for your unalloyed support despite the challenges leading up to the primaries. Our heads remain unbowed because we did not compromise on the values that are integral to building a new Nigeria. For us, the mean has always been as important as the end. This is why we confidently wear our 0 votes as a badge of zero tolerance for a certain kind of politics. Congratulate the winner of the APC presidential primaries, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his victory. His emergence as the flag bearer and presidential candidate of the APC is a testament to his significant contributions to the cause of the Southwest, as well as his labor toward the formation and establishment of the APC. I therefore extend best wishes to him as he proceeds on the campaign trail towards the 2023 general election. This is the moment where those leaders will begin to revive the dreams of our founding patriots, the dreams of a Nigeria stronger and united, though tribes and tongues may differ, and the dreams of a Nigeria where no one is oppressed, no matter which part of the country they come from and live, and no matter how they choose to worship God.
As Nigerians begin to count down to the general election to elect a new government, many still believe there is hope for the country. Paul George, Plus TV News.
The Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has appealed to presidential candidates in the coming elections to urgently publish details of their assets and liabilities. In an open letter to candidates, it also urged them to publicly commit to rejecting vote buying and electoral bribery before, during the elections. The organization said it in a letter signed by SERAP Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadare that while there is no constitutional requirement for presidential candidates to publish their assets and liabilities before elections, doing so would show that they can stand up for transparency in asset declaration by public officers if elected. SERAP also urged them to publicly commit to probing the spending of security votes since the return of democracy in 1999 widely published details of spending of security votes and finding the missing 11 trillion meant to provide regular security supply for Nigeria. The Inspector General IGP Usman Akali Babar has ordered the mobilization and deployment of adequate police personnel, armored personnel carriers, and technical capacities of police air wings for Ekiti state gubernatorial elections slated for the 18th of June 2022. Also deployed by the IGP are the 1st Marine Mounted Troops and the K9 section and other operational assets. Force spokesman CSP Adejobi in a statement on Sunday said the IGP also deployed Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department, DIG Johnson Babatunde Tuekiti. The DIG Kumo, who doubles as the supervisory DIG for the Southwest Geopolitical Zone, is to coordinate security components for the election. The country has been plagued with various crises ranging from political, religious, and ethnicity, even amongst household. This is why a group guide on the side, in conjunction with Insightful Training Service, organized a train and trainers on conflict coaching in Abuja. Our correspondent tells more.
Today, there are conflicts all over the world, and Nigeria is no exception. This is why Guide on the Side has taken up challenge to train young men and women on ways to stop conflicts from escalating to unmanageable proportions. The first set of trainees were presented with certificates of participation by the organizers and the lead trainer, Yomi Oloho, who gave an insight into why the training was necessary.
The organization which I belong to, Insight Training Services, stroke Guides on the Side, are trying to provide young Nigerians with essential interpersonal skills training that they could use to work with other young people and teenagers. So this program was a 6-day course, free 6-day course on introduction to interpersonal skills and conflict coaching competencies. And the idea is that the young adults have been trained and they will now try to promote that training with other young people.
Participants spoke on how their experiences in conflict management can be put to use.
We believe that if the youth, the younger ones, because the essence of this training is for us as mediators to train the younger generations, impact them with the skills that we've gathered so far. So at this time where conflict, wars, terrorism is at the increase, we want to ensure that the younger generations, they have the capacity to understand the essence of peace, so they don't join the bad ones of those that are causing terror and destruction of peace in the country.
I engaged in this program because I'm a religious person, and I believe conflicts mostly happen in the faith group. And I believe with this knowledge of mine, I will be able to do something in the faith group, the organization I belong to. So many youthful organizations I participate.
Perhaps if these trainings are put to effective use, the issue of conflict in the country could be a thing of the past.
Reactions have continued to trail the emergence of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as the presidential flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress. And that's in our Street Views. Take a listen.
I'm not happy at all, because the way this country is going now, we need a vibrant young man, somebody that has something to move this country to the next level. Atiku Abubakar, I believe he will clinch the ticket of presidency, because he comes from North, where they always come with block vote. And I believe his people, all the people, his people will vote for him.
I tell you that I'm very, very happy. I'm from Adamawa State. And the opposition of the Tinubu is from Adamawa State. That's Atiku Abubakar. And I don't have anything that Atiku bring to Adamawa State when he was a vice president, and talk less of he want to become a president. So me, I prepare Tinubu more than Atiku. I have 80% assurance Tinubu will win this election.
Actually, I'm partially happy. The reason I say I'm partially happy is that it's this set of people that are doing it. Not that he's not a good person or not, but is he going to stay on his word? Is he going to create employment? Look at Lagos now, transport, fighting, everything, and then that's not the issue. Chances against Abubakar is like, let me just say, 30-70. I give him 30 and I give Atiku 70.
I'm happy because there's nobody that can match Atiku in that APC caucus. And if they place Tinubu and Atiku side by side, we prefer Tinubu. He has affected so many lives. That is it.
To tell you the truth, I've not been happy ever since I heard that, to tell you the truth, because these same guys have been the people ruling over us. They've ruled our fathers. They deceived us the last time. Right now, I don't really know who to pick, but my mind goes for Peter Obi.
Let's give it to Tinubu. Atiku has no chance. He has no chance. I'm telling you. When it comes to politics, playing politics, intellect, give it to Tinubu.
This is the time for him to prove his popularity this time around, because he's contesting with the giant. The other one he did is a domestic election. This one is general. After that, what we now know, Atiku is very powerful. I can see it's only Atiku that is powerful. Kwakwaso and Obi, no.
And to other parts of Africa, Guinea's opposition leader, Cielo Diallo, was expected to appear before the country's Economic and Financial Crimes Court today to respond to accusation of fraud and self-enrichment. The accusation stemmed from the liquidation of a state airline nearly 2 decades ago. At the time, Diallo served as Guinea's transport minister, a portfolio he held from 1996 to 2004. His accusers say the airline Guinea was sold at a very low price and that Diallo made money from the sale of the company's asset. And outside Africa, former President Donald Trump's campaign manager and former officials from Atlanta and Philadelphia will testify on Monday to the U.S. Congressional Committee investigating January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol. The committee said on Sunday, after a blockbuster session on Thursday night featuring testimony showing that close Trump allies, even his daughter Ivanka, rejected his false claim of voting fraud. Monday's hearing, the second of expected 6, will focus on a former Republican president's contention that his defeat by Democratic Joe Biden in the November 2020 election was due to unfounded allegation of election fraud, the so-called big lie. The first panel of witnesses will include William Stephen, who served as a campaign manager for Trump's 2020 campaign after serving as Trump's White House Director of Political Affairs from 2017 to 2018. A committee aide speaking on condition of confidentiality to preview the hearing declined to comment on whether Stephen was expected to be a confrontational witness. North Korea's media say the leader Kim Jong-un has called for stricter discipline and punishment in the ruling Workers' Party. The state-run Korean Central Television on Monday reported Kim's remark, which were made at a Sunday meeting of a secretariat of the Central Committee of the party. The report says the meeting discussed unsound acts, including abuse of power and bureaucratism by party officials. It quotes Kim as saying it's necessary to prioritize work for encouraging and raising the political principle, fighting spirit, revolutionary style, and communist moral traits in the party's organization. At least week's plenary meeting of the Central Committee, Kim was quoted as saying, North Korea faces a very serious security situation and it could be worsened. He reportedly said it's essential for North to bolsters defense capabilities as quickly as possible. And in business news, Niger's electricity grid operated by the Transition Company of Niger has again collapsed. The development, which has been reoccurring in recent times, occurred around 7 p.m. yesterday. Recall that the grid had collapsed about 10 times this year as electricity generation remained at about 2,000 megawatts for the past 3 months. Many of the distribution companies, DISCOs, which confirmed the development, said the system operated from Oshogbo in Osun State shut down around 6:49 p.m. The head corporate commissions at Enugu DISCO, Emeka Eze, said all companies out in feeders were down, affecting supply to customers in Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, Imo states. Since electricity sector was privatized in 2013, Nigeria's Oshogbo-based national grid has failed electricity consumers more than 130 times. The Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, has ordered the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Abiodun Alabi, to look into the alleged shooting incident involving security personnel of Grammy Award winner Burna Boy. The force public relations officer, Adejobi, confirmed the development in a statement posted on his Twitter handle on Sunday. Reports emerged that at the weekend, that a police officer attached to Burna Boy shot a man who complained about the singer's gesture to his wife at a club, Cubana, in Victoria Island area of Lagos last Wednesday. The statement read, police personnel alleged and identified in the shooting incident of Club Cubana in Victoria Island, Lagos on Wednesday, June the 8th, 2022, have been taken into custody and are being investigated for the involvement into the accident. And in sports news, after opening day's slim 2-1 win over the Leon Stars of Sierra Leone Thursday in Abuja, Super Eagles are set to battle the Falcons and True Patriots of Sierra Tome Principe in the southern Moroccan city on the 13th of June. The Super Eagles are said to be in a buoyant spirit following their victory over Sierra Leone Stars in Abuja. The head coach, Jose Peserio, said that the encounter against Falcons and True Pirates will bring the best out of the team as they seek to be on top of the Group A table. Meanwhile, the three-time African champions will be without the service of defenders and deputy skipper William Ekong and midfielder Innocent Bonke, who have returned to their respective base in England and France to attend to injuries coped during the international break. It was also reported that Bonke was injured in the friendly game against Mexico in Dallas on the 28th of May, while Ekong suffered a strain in the 2-1 defeat of Sierra Leone in Abuja on Thursday. And that's it for the news. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bopo.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Saleh. Hello, ladies, and we have a full house. Mani, she's back. Hello, Mani.
Hi, how are you?
Lovely mustard. Is this mustard or yellow?
Yeah, it's mustard. Mustard is
very
my
lovely.
color.
Very lovely.
Thank you.
How are you? How's
Fine.
the week been for you?
The week has been very, very good. Today was hectic.
We missed you on Monday.
So far, so good. Yes.
We're looking forward to having our conversation on politics.
Yes, I had domestic issues. So
I understand. I
sure.
understand. But how are you though? How is everything?
Not bad at all.
Awesome, awesome. Utielu, how are you?
I'm here.
How's work?
Yay! So today was a good day. Today was a good day for one reason, but I can't say what the reason was, but today was a good day.
Okay. What's the point of sharing?
Exactly. Don't
Did they
tell
keep
us
our-
it was
you
a
know,
good
but
day.
you
That's how it worked, because I couldn't lie now, could I? It was a good day.
Smile.
Yeah.
But how about you?
Today
Are you
was-
guys going on public holiday as well?
Of course, we have to. Yeah, we have to, so that they're not disgruntled.
I
Yeah,
know.
we need to rest.
I know.
Yeah.
When you say so, they are not disgruntled.
Yes, that's just why you. If not, we will work, please. Everybody has to earn their pay.
Everybody has to earn their pay,
We
right?
can't shout.
All right, so today we're discussing the challenges that young entrepreneurs face in Africa, right? And we have a fantastic guest with us. But here's what we found as today's quote. I think I was very naive early on, but that's also meant I didn't know what couldn't be done. I love this quote because, you know, sometimes people think that because you're young, you can't start up something. But sometimes ignorance is a bliss. Naivety is a bliss because it tells you that you can't think of impossibilities. And I see that happening a lot with our young entrepreneurs, right? Despite all the things that are happening, you see that they are just breaking a lot of ground. And I'm wondering, oh my God, where are they? You know? But there's a lot going on in especially in the tech space. A lot of entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, are doing amazingly well. And we're happy to be hosting one of them today. So however, the zeal and resilience to thrive as a young entrepreneur in Africa, they are being impacted by varying challenges stemming from non-existent incentives, insufficient technical support, insufficient governance, inadequate infrastructure, and lack of funds. I mean, that's to mention a few, which is at its core, right? So Sandra Chukwugozie is here to discuss the challenges young entrepreneurs face in Africa and how she has been able to grow amidst these challenges, and also celebrate her recent accomplishment on the Forbes Under 30 Entrepreneurs mention. Now, we'll do all of that, but first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. Stay with us.
businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
All right, you're still watching Ways. Pop some popcorn. Is that why I'm craving popcorn today? Grab a blanket and your favorite buddy. Put away the cell phones and tablets and then queue up a string of movies for a fun night of entertainment. Now, National Movie Night on the 2nd of Friday in June encourages us to start or restart a tradition of movie nights with friends and family. Movies have been bringing people together for over 100 years. The stars, the story, entertainers connect us and helps us to create memories. As technology evolves, so does how we enjoy our movie nights, has evolved now from the theater to real home movies, the VCR, DVD, and streaming platforms like we have today. We've been enjoying movies on big and small screens. So Drive-In Movies invited us to enjoy films from the comfort of our cars. And today our video library is as large as we want it to be thanks to all those streaming platforms. Now we can even enjoy movies in our own backyards projected onto screens with, and under the stars. Hello, ladies. Who is a movie person here?
I am.
I stayed up.
I
was just telling
a
Uti.
movie person.
So these days, once I get home, I just pick up maybe like a snack, usually mangoes, because I love mangoes, and I just sit down. I finish. I just look for the one that is not too long. So last night I watched Hustle on Netflix. Beautiful movie. Very beautiful movie. It was about the basket. I mean, it's a story from nothing, from grass to grace, But he was so talented, But the part about the talent is not enough because he had to discipline himself.
Yeah, talent
is not enough. So I was really. You should watch that movie if you have the time. Hustle.
I will.
Yeah, Adam Sandler. What's her name? Queen Latifah. Yeah.
And
the whole.
It was a good movie.
Yeah.
I think I've
all the
seen it.
NBA
It's
stars.
old, right?
No, it's a new movie on Netflix. Yeah, very lovely movie.
Another one that I know is very nice. Everybody's talking about now is Miss Sloan or something like that. Sloan, yeah, Miss
Sloan is
Sloan.
old, yeah. But it's a good movie.
But
as
it's
well.
a good
Well,
one.
I guess I can see why Sloan would be trending at this point in time because she's a lobbyist, so political.
Oh
moves,
yeah, so it's moving, it's making
moves.
waves.
But yeah, Sloan is a good movie as well.
Okay.
But yeah, Hustle is.
I'll jump in.
Awesome
movie, and it's actually better if you.
So
like,
what's the one you recommended again?
I can't remember if it's 12 Angry Men or 12 Mighty Men, but I think it's.
I'm going to look for 12 something
12,
men.
yeah. So it's actually a true story about 12 orphans, but it's not basketball, it's American football. But also
awesome.
a very
I'm
good
going to
movie.
watch that tonight. So we can do virtual watching. Just connect, snap popcorn, put it on status. We'll know that we are connected.
I've actually done a virtual movie night before. So Customer Service Week 2021. No, sorry, 2020. Yes, 2020. So after COVID, October. On the final day of the week, on the Friday, we actually closed out with the movie night. And funny enough, we watched the sports movie as well, We Are Marshall. But we did it, the whole company, we screened it, and everybody logged in from wherever they were at home.
Oh,
We did a virtual movie
That's
night.
nice.
It's doable. We can have a
Absolutely.
Waze virtual movie
Yeah,
night.
we can do that.
I can do that. All right, so who are we starting with? Uti, your story.
Okay, so I tried to go for something, I wouldn't say unusual, but interesting, given that we're talking about entrepreneurship today. My headline says, Nigerians beat CBN restrictions and trade 78 billion naira in Bitcoin in the first 3 months of the year. So, of course, we all know that in February of 2021, the federal, the CBN banned the trade in cryptocurrencies, but we then find that come 2022, in the first quarter from January to March, there's been a 5.71% increase from the 73.4 billion naira of last year, same period last year, to to the 78 billion that we, 77 billion, it's almost 78 billion, 77.75 billion that we have traded this year. And interestingly enough, I don't even believe that these are the full numbers. So these numbers are being reported from just one platform called Paxful, which is a major peer-to-peer currency trading platform. And Nigeria is their biggest market. And even though, we have grown 5.71%, the global trade on the platform actually grew by 8.33%. Bitcoin has been everywhere. I remember, I think it was end of 2019. Or was it even 20? No, it wasn't 2019. I think it was 2020, where Bitcoin seemed to have skyrocketed through the roof, and it was going for crazy amounts of money. And I remember being shocked when CBN banned it, because it just felt like this is the new frontier, right? We're talking, NFTs, all sorts of things are happening in that space. Digital is the future. So eventually, even though the monetary systems are slow, it's almost clear to see that this type of currency is not going anywhere anytime soon. And with Nigerians, where there's a will, there's a way. We find a way. Something can be profitable and you can make money, and then we will find a way. So clearly, to the tune of 78 billion naira,
that's a lot.
We have found a way.
That's a lot of money.
Okay. Money.
All right. Workers narrowly escape death as 5-story building collapses in Ebonyi State. Yes, in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, there are building codes and regulations that builders, building contractors and engineers must comply with, which will drastically reduce the rate of the buildings-related accidents if adhered to, but most people prefer to circumvent this. Sorry, I read something else. Several workers luckily escaped death when a 5-story building under construction collapsed in Abakaliki, the Ebonyi State capital. According to sources, the building located at Babo Presco campus of Ebonyi State collapsed at about 2 p.m. on Tuesday, June the 7th. Spokespersons of the state police command said that no casualty was recorded. So a member of the community said that laborers working at the site ran out when the building started vibrating and eventually collapsed. Meanwhile, the government officials have inspected the collapsed building in order to ascertain the cause of the incident. So I think there are a lot of people to, hold responsible. We're lucky there were no casualties here. But this collapse is coming months after this major high-rise collapse in Lagos, and still these things are going on. I think it's actually not making sense, because the government actually have professionals who are supposed to be checking these things and making sure that they're building with the right materials, using the right skilled laborers to do it. But nothing is still being done, and people can die in the process of having this kind of thing happen. I think it's crazy anyways. 5-story building. It's not making sense.
Let's just be thankful
that nobody died.
But I think they should still penalize someone.
No, of definitely. Course. I think the builders, I think the government officials as well, who are supposed to be checking
who are supposed to monitor.
Yes.
Because there's supposed to be a monitoring team
exactly.
to check for integrity tests and all of that. So even though we are grateful to God nobody died, but somebody should actually...
Yes, because people could have died, and it happened in the afternoon at 2 p.m. And they were actually workers inside, but when they heard the building
vibration, everybody just scampered out. Not once beaten.
Yeah.
All right, so while speaking on at an event organized by the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor Valuers, the chairman of the Economic Financial Crimes Commission, Abdul Rashid Bauer, said that real estates are safe havens, right, for money launderers. So he said this, that, that they discovered about last month, that a retired civil servant had just completed a university in Kaduna State. He built a full university, and the fact is that nobody even reported that transaction even happened. Even amongst the real estate world, nobody knew that thing happened. They only uncovered that. So he says, I made bold to say that this real estate sector is one of the easiest places for money launderers. That's why we're empowering there's an act, I think, that is backed by law for them to be able to prosecute, what's it called, defaulters. So he's urging this body, that's the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, to partner with the Financial Crimes Commission so that they can weed off, all the bad eggs.
What kind of defaulters are we looking at right now?
Is it?
What kind of defaulters?
So, for instance, transactions like this, right?
Yeah.
For instance, somebody would build a whole university.
And nobody will see
would
money
know.
pass through
Nobody
any
will see
channel.
Jonathan, nobody knows anything. You just, boom, there's a university somewhere. How did a retired civil servant get funds to be able to build that?
Yeah,
so that's why he's saying
what
that.
the real estate authorities, what are they supposed to do? How are they
No, so
supposed
that's
to know
why.
whether people pay?
There is supposed to be a body money. You can't. You know, you are a lawyer.
Yes,
you
I know.
cannot feign
That's why.
ignorance. So every real estate company right now in Nigeria should be under a particular body that monitors all their transactions and all of
question
that.
man is asking is, even if they're under a body. So here's the thing, right? We've put in so many things in place to be able to track money. There's BVN, there's this, there's that. The fact is, monies are getting moved around. And I see where he's coming from, because I think I've said it many times on the show. It is in Nigeria that somebody will tell you they paid 200 million cash for a house.
Yes.
We were just talking about Bobrisky today, 450 million that he was bragging that he paid for a house. Where'd you get that kind of money? So the fact is, there are certain transactions that should raise flags in the financial system. When
If
you are
it actually passes through the financial
so
system.
that's what I'm saying. So, you're not going to move around. What's the point of having BVN? What's the point of having all of this infrastructure to track money, and you still can't do anything about it?
I think what he's saying here is the EFCC actually track. So if you move money above a certain amount, I think it's 99 million, they will know, they will track the money. So this money is not being moved inside the bank.
At all.
It's
cash.
Backdoor channel.
Whether it is backdoor channels, look, how many times have we had, you drive down the road now, you see real estate banners everywhere. Is everybody slinging around cash?
Well, I just want to say that I'm happy that they are narrowing, because you see, I keep on saying that if you follow the way real estate they are going, nobody that is earning a decent salary will be able to buy a house.
And should I tell you something? What did they say? They said an employee, government.
A retired civil servant.
Do you know if he's buying this or building this university for one of your politicians?
That's what we are saying. Now, that the same grammar, me and you
yeah.
You understand? So my own is that I am happy that this is happening. Because my friend had told me that there was an estate in Abuja where a politician just came and bought a whole street. You understand? So automatically the prices that they fix for some of these houses is ridiculous. Because if you check the indices that makes the property to go up, we don't have those infrastructures. So this excess money being pumped in this sector is making life difficult for people,
most people
that can afford to buy a decent home.
In a country that
but because they need
has a housing problem,
sneak this money in, they just take the prices.
They just increase the price anyhow. So I am happy.
I'm happy. I just hope they.
I think that it's just important that we look at the problems in the right way. So first of all, what we are missing, one of the key things that we're first of all missing in Nigeria, because we have all sorts of people, developers building houses everywhere. Your building just collapsed.
Yeah.
The reality is, you may not be able to. Yes, you can track the money on one end, but even from the houses, you have to put processes in place that stop people from calling any price they want for a house. So, for example, if you build a house, right, there are margins by which you cannot exceed. So if you spend 100 million, for example, on a house, and the rules say that your margin cannot exceed 20%, then you can't sell the house for more than 120 million. We don't have that today.
Yeah.
The person building the house can decide that their margin must be 50%, and they will sell the house for 150. And if they find a buyer, they will sell it.
They will sell for 200. What are you saying?
So the fact is, that's part of what's driving the problem. So it is, remember what we were talking about, having institutions in place. We have to have processes in place that at least start to clamp these things down so that the prices of these houses are controlled as much as they can be, because again, FX goes up, everything goes up. The cost of land in itself
but as
goes up
controlled
exponentially,
as can
but
be.
we're controlling. So it's putting measures in place to fight it. We won't always get it right 100%. We won't catch everybody, but we should.
We have overshot our time. Let's discuss entrepreneurship. But I like what is happening. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us now. According to a Biz Community publication, despite Africa's impressive growth in the past 25 years, its entry into digital economy, the job market continues to be in a depressed state as youth unemployment continues to rise. Now, Africa has the largest population of young people in the world, some 200 million aged between 15 and 24, accounting for 60% of all of Africa's jobless. Now, this is alarming to say the least because youth employment could drive economic growth in Africa if we invest in them. And the question is, what steps can we take to address Africa's needs, a way out of poverty, and entrepreneurship may be the key. It has the potential to create millions of jobs in Africa, and youth entrepreneurs may bring about the positive change we urgently need. And although more and more youth are looking into entrepreneurship, there are many challenges facing the sector, like the lack of access to information, finance, networking, and mentoring, and just to mention a few. So what are some of the challenges you think young entrepreneurs are facing in Africa? Let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. So I'll bring in Sandra in a minute, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts, Uti and Manny. Manny, we've removed you from the bracket of young entrepreneurs. Though.
Are you joking?
You're now,
are you joking?
You're not a grandma entrepreneur.
Okay, well, yeah.
At 12 years,
I can say
come
that 12
on.
years is not, it's
not a joke.
Thing. Yeah, it's not a joke. So these young entrepreneurs, they face a lot in this market, ranging from lack of capital, startup capital, because who's going to invest in a small company? You have a vision, doesn't mean that it's going to, end up well. Some people don't know how to take things from vision stage to execution, success phase. So people have issues trying to, invest in all this. And we do not have enough venture capital companies in Nigeria. So you have a lot abroad. But here, how many venture capital companies do we have? Yes, then we have issues with enabling environment and government policies. So you do one thing, like now, look at what's going on with Okada. They've crushed a lot of people's monies. You understand? Today they say it's okay to do this. Tomorrow a policy comes out that overtakes that and makes it very difficult.
Policies.
Yes, so it makes it very difficult. Then we have their age barriers, So these people, like our president said some years ago, said they're lazy youths. So when we look at them now, we think, why should I invest in this? Because their ways are different from our ways. Like you said, and
their thoughts.
Their thoughts are not our thoughts. So you don't even understand them. Sometimes there's this loss of communication, or things are lost in translation because of the age barrier, stereotypes. Then for me, the main one is I think that most of them go into these businesses with the wrong with the wrong, would I say, notion, they are wrong
Expectations.
wrong expectation. They go in for the wrong reasons. They'll tell you they want to be their own bosses. They're tired of working under somebody. They want to close early. They want to go home early. Or they want to take pictures and post on social media and put boss chick or boss. You know, so there are a lot of things that they would definitely encounter that will make businesses very difficult for them.
Well, okay, let me hear your thoughts, Uti, quickly.
Manny has said it all.
Really?
I mean, it's an interesting time to try. When you were introducing the topic, it said entrepreneurship may be the way. It really is the way. Because we just have too many people. The government can't do it all.
True.
Entrepreneurs really, that SME space, given the type of population and the makeup of our population, it really is the answer for, you know, getting our economy to thrive. And for me, I think about the industries that have really embraced that, and we see the growth in the fashion industry, we see the growth in the food industry, we see the growth in the tech space. I mean, it seems like every day you blink now, there's a new fintech, there's a new company coming up,
Absolutely.
you know. So there's really a lot that can be done when we harness the, I don't know if I should call it the energy of youth or the optimism of youth, even though they say Nigeria crushes dreams, but it really is important for us to understand how important entrepreneurship is, you know, and that whole element of job creation, of wealth creation. The more we can get young people in that space, the better. But I think Manny did a fantastic job in articulating the challenges. This is, I remember, I think it was one of my first shows, and our guest said doing business in Nigeria is an extreme sport.
Yeah.
It's a very, very extreme sport.
I believe that.
You can be, you're here today, gone tomorrow, and we're not even talking about making it to the first 5 years. Nigeria can literally wipe you out overnight. So, yeah, I think it's, if the youth that are doing it today, kudos to them, man.
Absolutely. Let me bring somebody that Nigeria has not wiped out overnight. So Sandra Chukwudozie is the CEO and the founder of Salfa Energy, a Nigerian-based leading technology-enabled renewable energy company that provides standalone solar home systems to homes and businesses in off-grid areas in Africa. In 2017, Sandra launched a range of entry-level solar home systems to make solar affordable and inclusive to those at the bottom of the pyramid. Now, the company has introduced larger solar home systems to help Africans leverage solar for productive and income-generating use. In 2022, Sandra was featured in Forbes 30 Under 30 in the energy category, and we're really honored to host her again, because it's her second time on Ways, tonight on the show. Thank you so much, and congratulations. You know, it's one thing for you to do a business, it's another thing for the world to recognize that this is someone doing something great, you know. Your vision is, I mean, I like what Manny was saying, that yes, it's one thing for you to have a vision. Execution is a whole ball game entirely.
Absolutely.
So for you to be in that position where your business continues to take center stage, where people recognize your business and investors are willing to put their money in your business, which is how far what you have also leveraged on over the years. It tells me something that you're doing right, and you know, and being under 30 again, come on, what a way to live. But tell me first of all, how does it feel, you know, to be on the Forbes list? Let's start from there. Then before we now break it into the challenges.
I'm still taking this in. I mean, this was just last week Friday that it was announced, so I'm still taking it in. But honestly, it's an honor and it's a big win, not just for me, but for my team. You know, the alphas that I call them, who are my team members, who are the ones on the ground, who are making things move, and also my investors as well, those who actually putting money into Salfa Energy. It just feels so overwhelming to know that an African company, Nigerian-owned company, can reach this milestone. So I just feel really grateful and excited for the future.
I'm loving you already. You know how CEOs speak? But I'm telling you, no. So there's something that makes every person stand out when it comes to businesses, right? And entrepreneurs, as an entrepreneur, if you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. You know, it will be a struggle for you to be able to sustain that business, right? So tell me, first of all, you know, you have run this business for how many years now?
5 years
5 years now, right? You're young. right, there are always, challenges, right? But you have been able to, even with the challenges, you've been able to rise above those challenges and still push your business to where it is today, and it's still growing. First of all, explain those challenges, as a young woman, because you're young, you're a woman, and you are, would I call it a predominantly male-dominated field, right? Because the energy business, not many women delve into energy business in this country. A lot of men do the business, but women don't, So maybe you should break down what the challenges have been for you as a business, as a young person, as an entrepreneur, again, in Nigeria. Okay. That's a double whammy.
So I think what she said actually resonated with me so strongly. The biggest challenges that I faced was, number one, raising finance, and number two, growing my team. And I really want to touch on raising finance because that's an important area where companies can be made or broken. And for me, right, in 2017, I had an idea for a business and I struggled to raise financing, and I had to literally bootstrap my business. I raised some small funding from family, and then I started, bootstrapping this business. I started in Alaba and Idumota. We would distribute products to wholesalers that were there. But then it was just something that wasn't really supported because it's renewable energy, it's solar. So it's that whole thing of, we're not sure of this business that you're trying to push, therefore we won't invest in you. And what it meant for me, like other entrepreneurs, is the fact that you aren't able to put down proper procedures and processes. So you end up as a CEO being a one-man business. You are the HR, you are the accountants, you are the operations person, and that was what we were doing for a long period of time. And even when it came to having a proper business process and even tax reporting, it was a struggle because all the time that you can use to grow the company, you're using it in other areas of the business. So for me, right, that was one challenge. The second one was the team. How do you, first of all, assemble a team and get them to buy into a vision? Because it's one thing for you as a founder to know what exactly you want to do, but how do you aggregate different genders, different age groups, different tribes, and unite them under one mission? And the beauty of Salfa, my company, is the fact that our culture is about we. It's actually focused on Umoja. Umoja means unity, we stand. And that is something that I tried so hard to ingrain in my team. And I feel that with that early adoption of unity, working as a team, and just, breaking through with the barriers we had with financing, it actually helped us on the way to really grow that business. But it wasn't easy at all, lots of trials, but I'm just grateful that we're here now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So interesting that you guys talked about culture last week Friday. Well,
yeah.
I'll come to you. Yeah. When she just said culture, you see, it's something that if you get it, you understand it. Culture, there has to be a culture that, the company is known for. Go ahead.
It's the foundation of everything.
Yeah.
So interesting, the energy space. When you were talking about challenges, the first thing that came to mind when I saw your profile was we're diesel, we're a generator, we're used to generating our own power, but we're used to doing it in a certain way.
Absolutely.
So what challenges have you faced on that side of things? You touched on it lightly about, even access to market and people not supporting that. I know that we've come a long way. It seems like today there's solar panels everywhere, but interesting to know what kind of challenges you faced in that space.
So interesting story, right? I grew up in an oil and gas family conglomerate, and the goal for me was, study, get some experience, and then come work in the family business. And I love that idea so much. And something interesting happened to me. After my master's degree in oil and gas management, I was fortunate to work at the United Nations in New York in 2015. And that was when the SDG goals were being launched. There was about, access to clean energy. So many goals were launched, about 17 of them. And what really struck me was the fact that energy was no more about oil and gas, fossil fuel. It was now about clean, affordable, sustainable energy. But it was also the consciousness, leaving no one behind, starting with the furthest behind first, giving them access. And I think for me as a young person, I really struggled to find meaning in what I did. Yes, it's a family legacy. You want to honor the family by doing that. But deep down, I really wanted something that would call me for a higher purpose. And so when I when I heard that, when I was exposed to the UN and that vision and that mission they had, it lit a fire in me. And then after some time, I resigned that job and I came back to Nigeria, and I was burning with this fire to, diversify my family conglomerates and, go into solar energy. And just like you said, we're used to oil, gas, diesel. I mean, I was met with resistance, right? Because the challenge is, this wasn't what we signed up for. We signed up for...
You need to go and study petrochemical engineering.
So what are you doing? And so that's why my road to solar was tough, because I mean, this is someone, people will see me and they were telling me, why are you struggling with solar kits and solar home systems? Your parents, what are you doing? And for years I always struggled with, am I doing the right thing? But just something in my heart just said to me that, this is, if you don't stand up for yourself, if you don't stand for something, you fall for everything. And so I just had to make a way, and my team are really fantastic. They've been so supportive. They're just young Nigerians who are energized, who really want to make a change, and that's what we're doing. We're just trying to make it work in this country, trying to fight, that's generational mindset that energy is oil and gas, that solar energy is not here to stay. Solar is here to stay, and guess what? Climate change is real, and that's what we're really fighting. That's why we're here.
Absolutely. All right, so let's quickly go in and out. I want to drink some water.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, if you're just tuning, we're having an amazing chat discussing challenges young entrepreneurs face in Africa, and we have our guest, Sandra Chukwudozie. All right, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wayshow Africa1 with the hashtag Wayshow. I was gonna mix Sonia, Safa, all these in one name. But I mean, you have an interesting story. But Mani, you had a question?
Yes. So how do you deal with competition and finding clients? Because people tend to stick with
money for the money, straight up.
Straight up. Let's go there. So people tend to stick with well-known brands, brand names. So how do you navigate in that?
So to be able to, first of all, in our space, it's actually a blue ocean, meaning that there's so much, demand for this product, and they haven't been addressed yet. And so with what we do, we find our own niche. You understand? Because the energy market is segmented into different tiers. You have those who don't even have access to lighting and phone charging, and you have those who, like this building, need access to powering devices and appliances and whatnot. So we focus on the furthest behind who lack access to energy. And what that has done is that it's given us like a differentiation. Do you get where I'm coming from? So we are not cannibalized by other competitors.
Literally, you don't have competitors.
We do, but because the market is so big, we are collaborators, because whatever impact you make in a state or a region, it's a ripple effect. So far, so good. That is what the market is like.
Okay, so let me ask a follow-up question.
Okay, please do.
Yes, you concentrate on the lowest in the market, right?
And we scale them up.
Okay, good. So the money that you get from there, is it enough to keep your business running?
Oh, absolutely. If we look at, those who are energy poor, I mean, 80 million Nigerians are energy poor, and the bulk of them live on less than $1 a day. You understand? So when you provide them solutions that are affordable for them, you unlock a big market, and that's what we've done, because you want to sell these products not only to customers, but you want to sell to distributors like those in Idumota, Alaba, Sabongeri, who can actually buy these products and make money off it by retailing, and then sales agents as well, installers. Exactly. So you want to be able to generate income for these different types of people, the sales agents, the distributors, the payment platforms, and through that means, you're making profits, you're generating income, and you're growing and scaling up.
Okay. I was going to ask, I was going to ask that when you look at young entrepreneurs today, right, what do you think are the most common mistakes that you see happen to them, with businesses? I mean, when I read the quotes today that talked about naivety being a blessing, it's like, because you're naive, you think that everything is possible. That in itself can also be, right? So what do you think are the common mistakes that young people make when it comes to making business decisions and starting off as an entrepreneur?
Okay, so there's so many things, but I'll stick to two. So the first one is that people don't believe in themselves. And it's not because they don't want to, it's because sometimes they don't have people around them who can light the flame in their hearts. When you're around people who are limited by their own self-beliefs and they project that to you, your zeal for entrepreneurship, to dare and to be audacious, is dampened. The second is having a team. I can't stress enough how powerful a team is. One of my friends says 1 + 1 is 11. And I always believe in the power of we. The power of we is far stronger than the power of I, because with we, you can accomplish things that one person cannot. And that's the mistake people make. They have a team quite all right? But the issue is that there's this thing called ego, where you feel that you are the boss, you feel that you're the one that should know it all, you have this superiority complex. How are you able to, and guess what, your employees have that too, but how are you able to step aside that ego and know that you're on a journey to create something? Every company that you found, or any business that you have, is about the soul of that founder. What is your soul like? Before you're able to create that company, it's the soul, it is who you are, and it actually emanates to the company that you build. And for me, growing up, I just wanted to have a team, people who I could, achieve something with and grow a company with. That was just my dream, to just have a happy place where we could all just be, in my childish mind, inventors in a lab creating something. That was a dream that I had. And for me, it was about giving back to people, just loving people around you. And it's not just about you, it's about the people that are with you. So once more, people and believing in yourself. These two key things are important.
So I like that you talked about people. So
when the people start to leave.
I'm glad that you answered the question, and you had talked about the team before.
Yeah.
And when Manny was giving her first talk, she talked about generations. One of the things we talk about on this show a lot is Gen Z. Yeah. We are one of them. So, when we cross-generational people try to manage Gen Zs, we lose hair or we go grey hair. So, in this team that you speak of, are they
like you?
Wait. Are they within your generation? And if you do, what challenges do you face in managing a team? Because, for me, I feel like I speak a different lingo from my team. So there's a bit of a hurdle there. But what is it like from that side? Do you face challenges? I know you've talked about the team being wonderful and all of that, but what do you face trying to manage that team? Are they the same generation as you, and then manage?
And you know, there's a sorry, just to add to what she's saying, what Mani has said earlier, this your generation, everybody wants to be boss chick.
Yeah.
Hashtag boss chick.
So, that's true. I'm living my best life.
Yeah.
Money has been scarred.
Same.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us.
Yes. So for me, right, I have like it's a mixed generation. We have the boomers, millennials, Gen Z. So it's a mix, right? And earlier in my youth, I used to advocate for young people because I always felt like we were marginalized and we had to have our own seat at the table or make our own table. But as I get older, I realize the value of an intergenerational pool. Honestly. So, honestly, because it's good to have that mix because the young people have the zeal to really like, you know, push and deliver, but the older heads have the wisdom. So when you combine it, you know, somebody's thinking, somebody's running, you have a team. But I have had my own fair share of Gen Z that I... Story for another day.
Another day.
Well, you know what? You find Gen Zs are actually very important for any organization because they challenge status quo. For them, it's more like this culture doesn't suit me. On to the next. So you begin to ask yourself, how can I adapt for the future? How can I begin?
Refresh
Exactly.
And, stay relevant.
Honestly,
absolutely
very important.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk. Go ahead.
Okay, what I would like to ask you, there's this thing they call social rejection. Because you're so busy, when you started talking, you talked about the challenges that entrepreneurs face, especially in the beginning of a business.
Yeah.
Your HR, your lawyer, I'm sure you even started
drafting
documents,
I'm telling you.
you know, your everything.
Yeah.
How did you manage with your social life? Because this is one of the challenges that these people face. They want to go to a party and they want to still do their business and make money. So how do you do that?
I think, I don't know, I'm a nerd. So,
so it doesn't affect you anyway.
So for me, right, I'm really like laser focused on any project or, you know, thing that I have to do. But I would say that you have to make a choice, right? You know, what do you really want to achieve? And I'm not saying that you can't have a social life, but I'm saying that something has to give. You understand? In the earlier years, I was doing so much that I wasn't always out there, bubbly social. But I think now, when you're able to have a team that can take up the load from you, you're able to just be more present. Before I wasn't speaking publicly. I was just, you know, refining the product, talking to customers, just, you know, doing the in-house work. But what I would say is just having a good team that can really execute, that just lifts the load off you as a founder. And I think with that, you're able to just express yourself more publicly. Now I'm really out there pushing my brand, and you know.
So we are going to invite you again. We invited you for a party, you didn't come.
Hey,
so I can see why now. But I was going to ask, so how are you helping mentor younger people? Because there are young girls now that are going into the energy sector. I'm really proud of a lot of young people, you know, coming into that sector. So how are you positioning yourself, you know, to stand in, to be that, you know, okay, I have been through this and I don't want you to go through that stress. Let me cut short your wahala that you're going to face and all of that. Is there something that Sulphur Energy is doing, you know, as a mentorship program for younger people coming into the energy space?
So the biggest thing that we're doing is coming back to our team. Our team has an initiative called Alphas on the Move. And what we're trying to do is to bring in people into the energy sector and really begin to not only help them grow their talents or their skills. We want to disrupt their thinking. We want to create leaders of tomorrow. And how do we do that? We do that by ensuring that whoever comes into our team is able to scale up into leadership position. And we do that by exposing them to critical business areas. If you work in a corporate company, you sometimes are stuck at a particular cadre of the organogram, right? But what we try to do is that we have a flat structure where we push people to begin to assume these leadership positions. And with that, we found a lot of people who have gone from roles like sales officers to sales managers to regional managers to national managers. So we do that as a company. When it comes to initiatives outside of our employees, it's something that we are refining. And we look at that through the lens of how do we begin to look at, for example, the engineers who install our products. How can we bring in male and female, to begin to understand how these products are installed, how they're being repaired, how they're being, you know, assembled and disassembled, to ensure that we're actually localizing talent in Nigeria. And for me as a leader, it's important that now that, like I said earlier, I'm able to have more free time to really be public-facing. I've been privileged to have a lot of people reach me on LinkedIn and they say, oh, wow, like I really want you to mentor me. And it's something that I myself am beginning to collate this kind of people and, you know, prepare something that actually helps them, inspires them to just be better and just stay focused, be motivated, and just know that they can actually achieve what they set their mind to achieve.
Awesome. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I love the passion with which you talk about your motivation, right? Your motivation wasn't money. Your motivation was to solve the need and realizing. So I can imagine that pivotal experience for you when the SDG goals were being launched, and you know how you could connect with that, and it really has shaped your life. Manny talked about something that I think was very key. Our young people want to hammer. They want to glow. Quickly. And a lot of the time, I find that the push to go into entrepreneurship is driven by that, right? I believe, like you, that the most successful businesses are the businesses that are solving real problems for people. You know, if you are there to serve, the money will follow. So, do you feel like young people? Do you agree that young people today, the driver is money, and do you feel that that's a challenge for them in being able to attain the kind of success that you have, and maybe even more?
So let's be frank, right? I don't know if you're familiar with the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Money is the basic. Without money, you can't achieve most of your goals. So I think for anybody who hasn't gotten a certain level of material success, money is something, right? However, what you're talking about is being patient. Can you be patient to grow an idea, to scale the idea without wanting the now, to blow a hammer right now? And so for me, right, it's a big challenge that I feel that, yes, a young person should want to aspire to grow wealth. And even if you don't do it through entrepreneurship, how can a startup, a company begin to create wealth for its employees? We see lots of companies, myself included, beginning to think about ideas to, you know, bring in people who are in the company, who have actually stayed a number of years, to begin to have equity in that business, to begin to have a way to have their own sort of income, that it's not just about a salary, but growing their wealth. And that's something we take very seriously as well in our company. How do we ensure that people are joining in year 1 and in year 5, they can comfortably say that they can not only earn an income, but they can take their children to school, they can have a home, you know, the basics that make anybody.
So you're incentivizing the work, right?
Are we incentive? We're giving them what they deserve. Yeah, we're giving them what they deserve. Everybody, if you're in, I mean, if we compare America, we compare Europe, that's what they have. They have mortgages, they take out a house, they buy a car. Why can't our companies do that for our young people? And that's part of what Salpa is doing.
Because even when you come out of the military, I mean, then, I don't know if they still do it now, they immediately give you a Peugeot car.
In Nigeria.
Yeah,
these are the basics that stabilizes a person.
That stabilizes you as a person.
You're asking if they still do it.
I don't know. I'm asking, I don't know. But it's the military now. I don't know, that's what it is. I'm asking it. Man, don't be sarcastic. And I was going to say, let's come back to Forbes, because we have like barely 2 days to go. I mean, so are you under a lot of pressure now to like outperform? Because, you know, Forbes comes with pressure. There's a prayer to mayor. You know, there's a pressure that comes with, you know, when you start to get to those levels of recognition. So how are you managing that? And, you know, is it putting you under any form of tension to, you know, like outperform, do better, and all of that?
Oh, I love pressure. Pressure is good because pressure is what takes you from point A to B. How do you make diamonds? They go through fire. That's what we want. We want to be a global company. So we need all pressure. We need to be able to challenge ourselves to dream bigger. Before Forbes came, right, it was, we were dreaming really big, but Forbes made us just, the ceiling just broke. It's like we can actually be anything we want to be. So the energy is just like really fiery. It's like, let's shoot for the stars, let's hire more people, let's begin to bring in more products. So that's where we are. We're excited. Pressure us, we want that.
So you're an egg. You get harder with pressure. Yes. So let me one final thing for me. If you were to speak to the government now, We know that airplanes, they need a runway to run before they take off. So if the government could help young entrepreneurs right now, what would you say? What's the first thing you would ask for?
The government?
Yes, the government.
We have policies. I would want those policies to be implemented. We have a lot of policies that help the ease of doing business. How are we implementing those policies so that young people can take advantage of it? We have a brain drain in this country. Our talents are leaving for Canada, Europe, America. What are we doing to solve those issues? How can we ensure that, for example, the ease of doing business in Nigeria, that we're actually elevating this country? And it's to the point, it's just, implementing our policies and putting the right list in the right place. That's what I would say.
Enabling environment.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So it's been fantastic speaking to you.
Thank you.
My ladies, I hope you had fun like I did.
Yes.
Because it's just transferred the energy to me. Well, I hope you come back again. We'll keep on celebrating you. Don't worry. It's our duty to keep on pushing all the brands, all the young people, women, in fact, that are doing exceptionally well. It's our honor to continue to project, the great work you're doing, and we know that it's going to get bigger and better from here. All right, thank you so much, Manny. Thank you, Uti. Thank you so much again, Sandra. Now, before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagrams at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, I like this quote very much. It just helps me think of possibilities everywhere. I think I was very naive early on, but that also meant I didn't know what couldn't be done. You need to think possibility. And she said it, first of all, it's your mindset, right? We'll see you guys live on Monday as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome. On this episode on One-on-One today, I'm speaking with a professional with over 18 years experience. His name is Azeez Arida. Now, those who have worked with him say he possesses strong leadership qualities and management skills. He has worked in about 12 industries, including general management, corporate finance, portfolio management, investment banking, private equity, and financial advisory. He's the former CEO of IHS Rwanda, one of the top 10 largest companies in Rwanda with an estimate of 50 million annual revenue. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Amida.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. My first question to you is, like, you've done all of these things. What are you up to now?
Well, right now, I left IHS in September, so I decided to take time to write a book and I consult for a lot of companies now, about 3-4, on structuring themselves for growth and helping them position themselves for funding and the rest. Then also spending some time setting up my foundation to, give back to society as we go. Yeah, so that's more like.
So now that you're in control of your own time, are you busier than when you worked for companies?
Yes. Right now, I can't remember the last time I slept before 3 a.m. I still get my 6 hours daily, but I sleep almost 3 a.m. daily now because you're in control and you just feel like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this, and then you're juggling. Before it was like one company you're working for. Now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Oh, wow. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now companies are looking for, there are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis, and it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in the business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It would be difficult.
Okay, well, if you say so. Now, let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies would do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there. They can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from every other person is actually that bird's eye view. That, okay, even if I'm making a mistake, I still see the impact on everything. And then you just start filling in pieces. So you can't really say that there is no challenge of leadership anywhere. Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well, no. We all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding. So this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you... So like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Okay. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this, this, this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to ingrain it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, to ingrain it just before they move up?
Well, yeah, it's possible. But the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. Most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amida, let's come to our own country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like Nigeria. So it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools, in learning, there's some. They're doing projects. They're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in. Whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has the. I don't even really like to look at degrees because I always say that degrees is not character. At the end of the
true.
day.
I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've. Leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that says, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy. I can tell you, when I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much, the pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how did you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games, I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important because you could really go hard on everything and then the next thing you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff or taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe, I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you talked about. So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that, I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams.
Oh, wow.
I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? Not just growing them because they're not working. So they can now worry about me because I demand performance. So if it's only me you're worried about, then I can take away the rest. Then at least it's fine. Then I can easily say it's balanced in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It's his view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. I won't say imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up. Okay. So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Thank you for staying with us on One on One. I still have Aziz Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organization. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's we could. I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and it goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you a little questions to that. Like, how
Please,
do you ensure? Because, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day, because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh, wow. How did you do that?
It would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to
explain to her.
Okay, you know what, just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get you get angry and you're like, oh, wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay. She comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh, wow.
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class will just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things, because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like anybody, people just resigning, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, It has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the Great Resign, but the point I know is that people would always see things from two different angles. So there is the guys who see a different opportunity to go to. They would resign. They will go because human beings are rational. So it is impossible to see a high return and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, it becomes, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to work daily. But if it's the other way, if I'm stressed every time I come to work, and I know that I'm probably going to lose my life or something else if I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing, but as of the time that decision is being made, that's the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard. Because culture, you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visual. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So, yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now. Yeah. We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. It's been, I could spend more time with my daughter, I could spend more time with my wife, and at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family, you could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day. And I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he would produce more for the company. So, yeah.
Okay. So for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more. You make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's so be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to, like, okay, you know what, maybe this person is here or there.
Our time is fast spent, but I cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there like any?
Just like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash. We like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say, in Rwanda, anger is your last resort. A lot of times, you need to is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel it's work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently.
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kenya Rwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kenya Rwanda. But as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say let's do it.
Let's go. Oh.
So it's one of the areas I found very. But yeah, I learned a bit of Kenya Rwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been. It's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Aziz Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a problem.
I think I'll ask you behind the scene. Thank you very much for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Fumino Ajikwe.
Good afternoon. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. President Muhammadu Buhari was at the Eagle Square in Abuja today for the 2022 Democracy Day Parade. The parade is an annual exercise held in honor of the nation's return to civil rule and to remember Nigeria's heroes of democracy. President Buhari's arrival was heralded by a general salute signaling the official kickoff of the exercise. Prior to the president's arrival, the guards had fallen into formation with several general salutes taken to welcome squad leaders and the commander of the Guards Brigade. There were also general salutes for the service chiefs and the Inspector General of the Police Force, as well as salutations for former presidents and vice presidents, among other dignitaries. Present at the arena to welcome President Buhari were the Minister of Defense, Major General Basha Magashi, retired, Chief of Defense Staff General Lucky Rebel, ministers and other members of the President's Cabinet, members of the National Assembly, and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Oyo State Police Command has confirmed the abduction of the Bishop of Jeba Diocese, Kwara State, Reverend Aderogba Adeyinka, his wife Uriel Fair, and the driver. They were abducted yesterday around 8:30 p.m. at an isolated area along New Oyo-Ogbomosho Expressway. The command has initiated an intensive manhunt for the abductors. As once hinted, the abductors have demanded a ransom of 50 million naira. The source hinted that a former vice-chancellor of the Ajayi Crowther University, Professor Dakwa Shaju, was contacted by the abductors. Meanwhile, the Oyo State government today declared a 3-day mourning period in honor of the victims of the terrorist attack at St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State. The decision is in compliance with the communique issued at the end of a virtual meeting of the governors of the Southwest State held on the 10th of June. The governors condemned in very strong terms the horrendous crime perpetrated by terrorists against the people and residents of Owo, and by extension, the peace-loving people of the Southwest. The governors, as chief security officers, resolved to continue to assist the security agencies in the areas of crisis management and intelligence gathering at all times. The Ekiti State Governor, Kayode Fayemi, has described the claims linking the Islamic State West African province ISWAP to the church attack in Owo as a mere speculation. He stressed that no evidence has confirmed that the terrorists were responsible for the attack, which claimed many lives and left several others injured. Amid controversy over who was responsible for the incident, the federal government linked the killings to the Islamic State West African province. Fayemi believes the position of the federal government is speculation. According to him, governors, as the chief security officers of their state, are privy to all manners of intelligence, but not all of them are actionable. A Catholic priest in charge of St. Anthony's Parish, Angore community in the Just East local government area of Plateau State, Reverend James Kantoma, who is also the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in the Kantul area, has been kidnapped by gunmen. It was gathered that Kantoma was abducted at his house in the community by the gunmen last night. The police PRO of the State Command, Alabo Alfred, when contacted, said that the command was aware of the incident and had deployed officers and men from the anti-kidnapping units to the community. But while the country has been plagued with various crises ranging from political, religious, and ethnicity, and even among households, this is why a group guide on the side, in conjunction with Inside Training Services, organized a Train the Trainers on conflict coaching in Abuja. Emmanuel Heijen report is presented from our studios.
Today, there are conflicts all over the world, and Nigeria is no exception. This is why Guide on the Side has taken up challenge to train young men and women on ways to stop conflicts from escalating to unmanageable proportions. The first set of trainees were presented with certificates of participation by the organizers and the lead trainer, Yomi Oloho, who gave an insight into why the training was necessary.
The organization which I belong to, Insight Training Services, stroke guys on the side, are trying to provide young Nigerians with essential interpersonal skills training that they could use to work with other young people and teenagers. So this program was a 6-day course, free 6-day course on introduction to interpersonal skills and conflict coaching competencies. And the idea is that the young adults have been trained and they will now try to promote that training with other young people.
Participants spoke on how their experiences in conflict management can be put to use.
We believe that if the youth, the younger ones, because the essence of this training is for us as mediators to train the younger generations, impact them with the skills that we've gathered so far. So at this time where conflict, wars, terrorism is at the increase, we want to ensure that the younger generations, they have the capacity to understand the essence of peace, so they don't join the bad ones of those that are causing terror and destruction of peace in the country.
I engaged in this program because I'm a religious person and I believe conflicts mostly happen in the faith group, and I believe with this knowledge of mine I will be able to do something in the faith group, the organization I belong to. So many youthful organizations I participate.
Perhaps if these trainings are put to effective use, the issue of conflict in the country could be a thing of the past.
Reactions have continued to trail the margins of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as the presidential flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress. That's on Straight View, Sekali said.
I'm not happy at all because the way this country is going now, we need a vibrant young man, somebody that has something to move this country to the next level. Atiku Abubakar, I believe he will clinch the ticket of presidency because he comes from North where they always come with block vote. And I believe his people, all the people, his people will vote for him.
I tell you that I'm very, very happy. I'm from Adamawa State. And the opposition of the Tinubu is from Adamawa State. That's Atiku Abubakar. And I don't have anything that Atiku bring to Adamawa State when he was a vice president. And talk less of he want to become a president. So I prepare Tinubu more than Atiku. I have 80% assurance Tinubu will win this election.
Actually, I'm partially happy. The reason why I'm partially happy is that it's this set of people that are doing it. Not that he's not a good person or not, but is he going to stay on his word? Is he going to create employment? Look at Lagos now, transport, fighting, every day and then. That's not the issue. Chances against Abubakar is like, let me just say, 30-70. I give him 30 and I give Atiku 70.
I'm happy because there's nobody that can match Atiku in that APC caucus. And if they place Tinubu and Atiku side by side, we prefer Tinubu. He has affected so many lives. That is it.
To tell you the truth, I've not been happy ever since I heard that, to tell you the truth, because these same guys have been the people ruling over us. They've ruled our fathers. They deceived us the last time. Right now, I don't really know who to pick, but my mind goes for Peter Obi.
Let's give it to Tinubu. Atiku has no chance. He has no chance. I'm telling you. When it comes to politics, playing politics, intellect, give it to Tinubu.
This is the time for him to prove his popularity this time around because he's contesting with the giant. The other one he did is a domestic election. This one is general. After that, what we now know, Atiku is very powerful. I can see it's only Atiku that is powerful. Kwakwaso and Obi, no.
Moving to other part of Africa, in Burkina Faso, armed men attacked the town of Setanga near the border with Niger on Saturday night. It appears to be a reprisal for an attack on the Gendarmerie Brigade in the town on Thursday, the 9th of June. No official figures on that were issued, but several sources pointed to dozens of deaths. Intervention units have been deployed to the area, according to the government spokesperson. And according to witnesses, armed men have allegedly been harassing people in Setanga for several days. And outside Africa, the United Nations Human Rights Chief Michelle Bachelet indicated today that she will not seek a second term. The surprise announcement coming in a wide-ranging speech to the Geneva-based Human Rights Council. Bachelet made a trip to China last month, for which she was criticized by right group as well as some Western governments, including the United States, who said conditions Chinese authorities imposed on the visit did not enable a complete and independent assessment of the right environment. In the same speech, she said her office was working on an updated assessment of the human rights situation in China's western region, where there are widespread allegations that mostly Muslim Uyghur people have been unlawfully detained, mistreated, and forced to work. China denies all accusations of abuse in Xinjiang. And in business, Nigeria's electricity grid operated by the Transmission Company of Nigeria has again collapsed. The development, which has been reoccurring in recent times, occurred around 7 p.m. yesterday. Recall that the grid has collapsed about 10 times this year as electricity generation remained at about 2,000 megawatt for the past 3 months. Many of the distribution companies which confirmed the development said the system operated from Osogbo in Osun State shut down around 6:49 p.m. Head Corporate Communications at Enugu Disco, Emeka Eze, said the company's outgoing feeders were down, affecting supply to customers in Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states. Since electricity sector was privatized in 2013, Nigeria's Osogbo-based national grid has failed electricity consumers more than 130 times. And in entertainment, global mega hit Squid Game will return for its second season. Netflix Corporation announced yesterday, offering a few hints about what is to come in the dark Korean drama. Squid Game became Netflix's most watched series when it was released in September 2021. The show tells the story of cash-strapped contestants who play childhood games for a chance of life-changing sums of money. It inspired countless memes and Halloween costumes and kickstarted sales of green tracksuits. Writer and director Wang Dong-hyuk has since teased a few details about the show's second season in a letter released by Netflix. Characters Gyeon and the frontman will return, he said, and the man in the suit with Jackie might be back. They will also be introduced to Young-hae's boyfriend. He added, Young-hae is a motion-sensing animatronic doll featured in one of the games. Netflix did not say when the new season will be released. And finally, in sport, Manchester City have completed the signing of Norway striker Erling Haaland from Bundesliga club Borussia Dortmund on a 5-year contract. Haaland, a classic, powerfully built centre-forward whose father, Alfing, played for City from 2000, said he is expected to be playing at a club he has supported all his life. In his first interview with City's television channel, Haaland said he was also looking forward to playing under Pep Guardiola. I like the style, I like the attacking football, I like the kind of positive vibe we have when City play football, he said. Born in the English city of Leeds, Haaland finished the Bundesliga season with 22 goals before joining up with the Norway squad and getting the only goal in a 1-0 away win over Serbia. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to Tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine, Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict, and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out, and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school, and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. And that's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how, I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always bought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, leaving only me around, I had to wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to like get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take Tramadol, I would take Mochi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, you know, just like know what this does and what this does. You know, all those kind of drugs, they're very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like just to walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs. Every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, Tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or Tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. He too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing.
I'm about to go get some supplies, you know, talking about the usual stuff, SK, Tramadol, Popo and stuff like that, you know. It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but let's just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show you how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost. It's quite easy.
Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, you know, if I have to go get the stuff, you know. It's a very, very long way. It's a way and it's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, you know. You can see everyone, no one knows I'm doing this. So, you know, if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed because no, the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get Tramadol. It's, as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want.
Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have Tramadol? Yeah? 100 milligram. Okay, let me have one then.
I'm asking for her now if I could get Tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her, you know, sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy, you know. As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you've seen right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you see that you can see some guys sitting right there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that like take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. This place doesn't exist at all. This place is like it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes right at this corner after this house. There's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, you know. But you know, you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's like wondering what's up. Like, he wants to come and meet me, but I'm just like giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes when you really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get like anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage, any normal guy that takes trams, when they start, this is what they start with. Because before you get to 250, you have to like start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi. This one you take. This is just. This is 100 milligrams. Yeah, this is 100 milligrams. Just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having like the motivation to like come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to like seek help from a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to like seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to like do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is going to like hunt you down. No one is going to arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it. Because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire.
and welcome to a special edition of Our Voices. I am Oriane Itangishaka. On today's show, we'll hear from African women who are using technology to better their lives and their businesses. It is part of an exciting new multimedia series called Startup Africa, co-produced in cooperation with our affiliate partners, Channels TV in Nigeria, City TV in Ghana, KTN in Kenya, NBS in Uganda, and RTV in Rwanda. The series focuses on tech startups across Africa. But what is tech startup? And how do you make it work? Here's what some people told us.
Startup, for me, I understand, is where you want to start up a business. You come up with a plan, an idea, maybe where you want to have your business and what you want to do.
So startup is like when you are starting your business or any idea that you have and you want to put it in practical way.
Definitely you have to address a particular need. You have identified your market and you've seen a niche, so you have to bring into your startup to fill that gap.
The startup phase is when you have dreamt of an idea to be able to solve a certain solution in the community. You bootstrap the process, and then you get to the point where you have a viable product or a viable service that you're showing to people. Once you're making an impact in the lives of people, you're solving a specific problem. That, for me, it's just the beginning as a startup.
Uganda technology and skill consultant Ruth Musoke Benzika has some of the answers.
For anybody to have a very successful startup, first of all, you must have the vision, the courage, and the ability to know that you fall, but you can raise up. If you don't have that, it doesn't work. Because, if you're starting up something, you are beginning from scratch. You're trying to reinvent something that probably has not been done before, and a number of times you're going to get people who will tell you it will not work. Some will tell you it is not possible. Some will tell you it is not of this time. And it means that you really need to have that strength to say, this is what I want. You need to be able to see far more than what other people can see.
Catherine Karimbo Gichungin had the courage to say yes. The Kenyan entrepreneur launched her startup, Raid Ant International, to help people in the informal sector better advertise their skills and find more work. Here's her story.
Raid Ant Directory is an application that is available on Android and enables informal sector to be seen on the internet space. It's an application that delivers all skilled workers, both informal and formal sector, onto the internet space. So they're able to be seen on the internet. Data is bigger than oil. It's what will enable us now build an informal sector bank that enables us alleviate the problem of the betting and the loans and all that. And when we are looking at employment, we'll be able to source and enable counties to solve the problem of unemployment, because we have a business model that targets both employing the informal sector and also building the jobs as we speak. So right now we don't know how many nurses in our county in Nairobi. We don't know how many electricians are in Westlands Market, in Kamukunji. We don't know how many people are panel beating the pans. We don't know, but this platform will be able to give us that information and that data to help them better, give them loans, and data is everything right now for the government.
I've been Raid Ant Directory from around 2015. I choose to go to ladders, just open the phone, open the app, then Google what you want and get the assistance.
So working in Nigeria, I met several other people. There was Dangote, there was Dr. Mike Adenuga, I've worked with Dr. Chris Kirubi. I could see them coming from humble backgrounds and making it big and impacting the society in a very, very big way. I'm trying to use technology, and I'm not telling them to self-register or download an app. They have no time they don't have the kind of phone, and they don't have the money for data. So I'm going to them. I've devised a way from what I learned from my time in Safaricom and M-Pesa to be able to use that know-how to go out to the villages and form a network of agents that bring the informal sector to the internet space. So for you to become an agent, you have to have the passion to go out there and have the passion for the informal sector. So our agents are created on the back end of our system. So there's a business model. We are able to structure the fees. So we started with $2, 200 shillings, so that is shared within the agency structure. So we recruit you, for example, and you become an agent. So you are an agency, and you're able to add 50 school Form 4 leavers under you, up to 100 if you like. So that creates instant employment, and it's Africans to change Africa. It's us Kenyans to do something. So I'm just doing something.
I work for Redant as an agent. My work basically involves going to the street, looking for new service providers. We register them so that they can acquire more customers through our online platform, that is Redant Directory. So far, I've been able to register 7 people. If I'm registering a customer, that is a service provider, you just pay 200 bob, which goes to the company through the pay bill, and that's all. You'll never pay anything else.
I want to join Redant Directory now so that I can spread the tattoo art. I choose Redant Directory just to get more market. I've interacted with some of the people on the directory of Redant, and the feedback was good.
Funding is not, it doesn't come easy. So I've funded using my other consulting services. So if once I get some money, then it goes into funding the building of the code. Redant Directory is not yet profitable, so hopefully we will be a big brand. But everyone is trying to get into the informal space right now. We have a saying at Redant Directory: the fact that Ronaldo is a very good football player does not stop Messi from playing.
It's time to take a break. When we come back, we'll go to Kenya and talk to a female entrepreneur about how her insurance startup has changed her life despite the financial hurdles and organizational stress of her new business. Stay with us.
Being part of Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Welcome back, You With Our Voices. When Ines Maina launched the Kenyan insurance startup Bismart, she learned that being an entrepreneur changes your life. Despite the financial difficulties of starting any new business, she says that her approach to life is now simpler. Let's look at her startup journey.
When I got into insurance, I discovered there's a lot of friction between insurance companies, insurance agents, and customers. And every day I kept asking, why, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know that I was not covered when there's a claim. And the insurance, from their point of view, they have given all the information through a policy document. So I needed to understand what is the real problem. Most of the young people have their income is not consistent. So how do we enable them accept insurance as a risk mitigation solution to their financial issues? And also, how can they access it hassle-free, conveniently, and at the comfort of their mobile phone?
Working with Bismart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance company. I deal directly with Bismart, which makes my work so easy because I just need to sit back and they'll handle everything else. We're in the digital era. We are in the 21st century, and things can be done in a better way. Things can be done in an easier way. So you find that if we have the startups that are bridging the gap, then it just works out very perfectly for the rest of us here.
The problem we are solving is actually in the insurance sector. The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low. And actually in Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the African countries, the insurance penetration is very low. Now, when you look at the demography of Africa, we have a very young population. You know, median age, 19 years old. And the insurance has been selling the same old products, the same way, same distribution channels, but then it means they cannot access the current customer. My lifestyle has changed. It has become simpler and easier. You see, when you're employed, you're a bit extravagant because you see, you know that every month there'll be more money, and so you can spend as much as you can because there's more money coming. And of course, the things that drives you when you're employed are different from what drives you when you're an entrepreneur. When I was quitting my job, I thought that when you quit job, you need a big office, many employees, so that then that's a measure of success. Look at today, I think different. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. One of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated that my savings would last me for 2 years. And before the end of the year one, the finances were over. Yeah. The other challenge was, you know, you start this journey, you need a team, you need people who will believe in this dream, not because you're paying them a lot of money, but because they are here, they believe in your vision. And in 10, 15 years, we hope to have democratized insurance. When I say democratization of insurance, whereby it's an open market that anyone can get in and get, you know, whatever products they want. And how we do that is that we're building an infrastructure that will be able to connect customers and insurance companies and, you know, existing social, African social groups and institutions to all be able to pull their risks together. Our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small and with the customers, you know, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That's very important. There is no worse decision. Yes, because even that decision has really taught us a lot. So I would say, for me, it's not about whether the decision is good or bad. It is a decision has to be made at the time it needs to be made. My mantra is, whether it is right or wrong, make the decision. You will learn the lessons as you progress.
Launching a startup often means finding investors who are willing to fund your vision. Here's what consultant Ruth Musoke Benzika had to say on some of the challenges facing young innovators.
A number of times when you're starting a business, and you know, and tech basically falls in there, it's very hard to find somebody who's going to finance a startup business. It's so hard. There are very few people who are able to do that, but there are people who are able to say, okay, if I find a very good idea, I can be able to put in some money, buy shares in the company. I can't be able to be, there are some, they call them business, they are angels that are willing to say, okay, yes, angel investors, I'm able to invest in such a business. Sometimes it could be from your family. If you're a young person into tech and you go and talk to your brother and talk to your mother and say, mommy or daddy or brother or cousin, this is what I want to do, but I need you to give me a hand up. Give me some money to start. They are willing. Young people don't have a lot of capital. They have not yet built a lot of networks. And a number of times we are saying, start with a small core team So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want to go. The moment the business keep on growing, keep on filling the core strategic areas and the core positions for your business.
Uganda entrepreneur Hilda Asimwe says the core goal of her startup Digital Health Access is to improve African healthcare in bringing patients closer to doctors through a digital health network. Here's her story.
My name is Hilda Asimwe. Digital Health Access connects health service providers and professionals to patients through a mobile phone. What patients have to do is go on the app, check for any doctor they want to talk to, and consult or book an appointment. I actually started it in 2013 because of my mother. My mother developed a rare disease, started swelling all over the body. So we went to see a doctor. But the doctor gave us some painkillers, but the lady was really in pain. The whole night she was groaning. I searched the whole of Google, but I couldn't get anything. So it came to me like, what if I had these doctors, as many as possible, on a platform where I could chat with them? I woke up one morning and I quit my job. And I got a developer who I sat with in his house for the next 48 hours until the website was up. So that's how I started Digital Health Access.
For a unit like mine, which is a specialist unit, it's not a general unit, it's not like people walk in all the time. We want Cornerstone to be seen over the whole country. And even in our sector in Uganda, health is not advertised. We can't advertise ourselves. Then there's this Digital Health Access, which comes in that we can link patients to the specialists and that means also it brings in the issue of trust, that maybe the patients trust Digital Health Access to do all the due diligence on the facility, on the specialist, so that when the patient goes through Digital Health Access, he knows I'm going to get value for money, I'm going to really see someone who's a specialist, I'm not a crook and what. And young people have a challenge, they fear hospitals. It's very hard to see a teenager just walking. And sometimes they suffer with these diseases and they don't know whom to talk to. This is the time to use the app.
Accordingly to our analytics, Google Analytics, actually more of our visitors are between the age of 18 and 28. So, and according to our analytics still, the most questions are asked about sexual reproduction. So I think we are more helping the youth in this case, because they're the ones who normally shy out to ask these questions in institutions. So they look at us as the easy solution. I think the most challenge is spending every saving I've ever worked for the last 30 years on this company. We put almost everything. I even sold my car that I had got from my previous work. It gets tougher, but the good thing is that every call from a client makes it worthwhile. Every time you have a hospital registering and someone telling you we have an appointment, it makes it worthwhile. But as a company, success is when I have every small clinic, every small pharmacy, deep village accessing digital health access to anyone, even those that cannot afford a mobile phone. I would love to have a system that connects the whole health system in Africa in one place. And I'm very sure in the next 5 years, we're going to be having the most interactive health forum. We're going to be having the most visited site.
Asimwe says she learned the hard way about starting small.
The hardest decision I made is to fire my 7 salespeople. The next day I came back to office and I was all alone. It came back to the same way I'd started. When I fired them, I didn't want it, but I had to because I couldn't pay them anymore. It was the hardest. Actually, I was even thinking of taking a loan so that I can keep them on the team, but one great man said a company can never be run on a loan. I had to move at least like the next month, 3-4 months, until the landlord had to lock me out of my own office, where I spent almost 10,000 to brand. So now I'm working on the streets. So I have to meet these people in hotels. It has actually made me stronger. I've never been more passionate about this business like it is after they have locked me out. Actually, like, this lady does not know what she's doing when she was closing me out. I was like, I'm going to be the most important person in the next 3 years. And I may even buy this building one day. I know it is not easy, but vision never dies.
It's time to take another quick break. So do you know of any startup business on the continent that we should be keeping our eyes on? If so, let us know on Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The number is right there on your screen. Our handle online is at VOA Our Voices. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices so we can find your comments. After the break, we'll take a look at how coronavirus pandemic is impacting entrepreneurs. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic is changing all of our lives. Here's how the virus has impacted some of the entrepreneurs in our Startup Africa series.
Man, it has hit us hard. COVID has put everyone in a very difficult situation.
Never experienced anything remotely so cataclysmic.
Transport tech startups have been affected negatively.
I'll say the biggest thing that is frightening is the uncertainty. There's a huge level of uncertainty. We are seeing how people are responding. We don't know when we see the next wave.
The economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is still unclear. And that uncertainty is bad for capital markets.
The business is, since the lockdown, it's been lower than, it's been on survival mode.
People are fearing health facilities because they think they might actually be at risk of getting COVID-19.
We are obviously in certain times, but we've brought our company closer and our team closer together and forced us to really focus on what is important.
It's very important for you to have your own courage to say, yes, I'll make it no matter what. And even when I fall down, I'll raise up and walk and move ahead.
While most companies are losing business during the pandemic, analyst Ruth Musoke-Benzika says tech flexibility gives it a greater adaptability.
For me, I think that COVID has actually created a lot of opportunities for people in the tech sector. You can see that people are now more open to online meetings. Instead of coming to meet, people are able to go online and meet. People are more accepting to technology before, at whatever ages. You are now seeing more people who are able to say, okay, instead of going to a market, I would rather go online on an app and I'm able to order what I want.
The co-founder of Nigeria's Helium Health, Tito Ovia, says coronavirus is having an uneven impact across Africa startups.
We've seen from the healthcare tech industry like I'm in,
There have been many innovations, many telemedicine solutions, contact tracing solutions that have come up to be able to help and fight the pandemic. However, fintech companies have actually suffered, during this point in time, as a lot of them make their money through, businesses and processing their payments and aviation. Agritech as well have also suffered in the time because, again, can they really now be able to reach the farmers that they need to? So it really depends on what tech industry you're in. Healthcare, honestly, I would say is booming, but we might find that definitely others have been suffering.
For Ines Maina, the economic impact of COVID-19 is reducing demand for insurance through her Bismart startup.
The year had started very well until when the lockdown was announced. We actually had to close our office to cut on costs so that we can keep the business on survival mode. And insurance is luxury. We saw a decline in number of people who are buying new policies. So basically we were maintaining the old customers, and some of them had to downgrade just to cut on the cost. However, it should be the other way because people need to protect themselves against the risks that face them. But that was not the case.
Ruth Musoke Binzika says innovators prosper by aligning startup strategies with changing market conditions.
For innovators, this is your time. Use COVID to innovate, come up with solutions. If you have a very good solution, I am sure you will always find a funder. Importantly, keep your integrity. Once you have integrity and you have a good innovation, the sky is the limit.
That's our show for today. Thanks to our Startup Africa co-production partners, Channels TV in Nigeria, City TV in Ghana, KTN in Kenya, NBS in Uganda, and RTV in Rwanda. Look for the whole Startup Africa series on the station broadcasting VOA programs, including this station, or visit our website, voanews.com. Thanks for watching Our Voices. I'm Orion Itangishaka.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
With the successful completion of the All Progressive Congress presidential primaries, we discussed the big takeaways, and Tonye Prince-Will is saying that Tinubu's victory is a lesson for southern Nigeria. And Dumebi Kachiku beats Kingsley Moghalu, Chukwuka Moye and others to win the African Democratic Congress presidential ticket. Well, this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacom. Former governorship aspirant for the 2023 elections in Rivers State, Prince Toyin Princewill, has said the emergence of the All Progressive Congress's presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as the People's Democratic Party's flag bearer should teach the Southern geopolitical zone a lesson in unity. Now, Princewill, while reacting to the emergence of Tinubu yesterday, said the 2023 presidential elections between Atiku and Tinubu would be interesting to watch. Princewill noted that southern Nigeria, geopolitical zones of South-South, Southeast and the Middle Belt have been taught a good lesson. Well, joining us to debunk this is Charles Otu and Achike Chude, both political analysts. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Great. Now, I'm going to start with you, Charles, because I know what Achike somewhat thinks. But do you think that there's a lesson to learn? Because looking at the scenario, he put side by side what took place or transpired during the PDP's special convention and that of the APC, and he made reference to the fact that the Southeast, the South-South, and of course the Middle Belts have been taught a good lesson. And I'm wondering, was there really a lesson in all of this, especially in terms of unity?
Thank you very much, Marianne. Thank you for having me once again. The fact remains that what played out during the APC presidential primaries is a lesson for not just the Southeast, but the entire nation. First of all, the first takeaway for me is the fact that that particular exercise, portrayed so much about how the government of President Muhammadu Buhari has been run in the past 7 years. You saw a lot of indecisions, shifting of postponements, reactions and counter-reactions. At some point, the party will say, look, we've trimmed down the people in the race, the number to 5, we've trimmed down to 10, we've trimmed down to further to 2, to 3. And that's continued. It's really a big lesson, particularly for the southern geopolitical zone of the country, because in as much as a Southeasterner, I would say that the people of Igbo Nation who were in the race were not putting their best footing, because Tinubu, for instance, did not come to the Southeast for campaigns, but he had people who were on ground working for him. I could remember a couple of times people tried to engage some of those aspirants from the Southeast, and their opinions were simple. Some of them claimed they were doing so much. That, for me, has taught us the lesson that doing so much may not be enough. That picking a party's presidential ticket involves a whole lot of work. It taught the Southeast that, look, there are instances it gets to, for instance, where some of us from the Southeast, we are not expecting. I am from Ebonyi State, for instance. I am from the same Ebonyi Southern Senatorial Zone with the incumbent governor of the state and the former Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Bonayon. They two aspirants that were keen in this contest are from the same local government. Not just the same house or local government, they are from the same Uburu community. Uburu is a community in Ebonyi that has about 14 villages. At some point, I was thinking that pressure would have been brought on somebody like either the incumbent governor of the state or the former Minister of Science and Technology to step down for one another. So the Southeast could see a little bit of what's played out through the many aspirants that stepped down for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. So for me, we the South underrated Tinubu, and we thought maybe that there was a war or a misunderstanding between Tinubu and his camp, and then the northern power oligarchs. At the end of the day, what we saw play out in that election was should hard work play out for Tinubu, who ordinarily people were thinking that, okay, maybe since Lawan is the only person in the race, as a Senate president who have galvanized a lot of forces, even including some of the people in the South speaking for him, like people like Orji Zakalo, being a good friend of Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma. People were thinking that the North could rally around Lawan, and that made some of the Southeasterners to be so quick to judge that for Lawan to remain the only man standing in the race from the North, that there must be something in the offing, there must be a card to be played by the North. But in all of it, we saw a Buhari cabal that is not in control. We saw a national chairman of the party that is not in control, find control of the party. We also saw a Buhari that shows himself creditably to be democratic in the entire process. He made a decision which people will commend, no matter how you see it, the fact that he didn't interfere, he didn't make a voice, he didn't give his voice to any of the parties, including the ministers that resigned from his cabinet, including even his second in command, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, portrayed to me that Buhari really wanted a transparent process. It also portrayed to me that who were expecting a smooth ride, who were expecting to be endorsed, who were expecting to say, where is the justice? And the justice will be that the North will look the other way and support them. Okay. Instead of working very hard for the ticket like Tinubu did. It showed to me that the politics of today is politics of money.
Aside from the fact that, I'm sorry, I want to quickly take you up on something that you just said before I go to Achike. You did say that the Southeast did not necessarily put its best foot forward. And in terms of personalities, because I'm guessing that that's what you're talking about, who are these best foots? Because, I mean, we saw so many people from the Southeast. We saw a Rochas. We saw, I mean, and I'm talking about across the APC and the PDP. We saw a Peter Obi who's now moved to the Labour Party. We saw the Ebonyi State governor. And really, politically, who are the strongest, aside from these ones who had thrown their hats into the ring? And when you're talking about their best foot forward, what exactly do you mean? I mean, because these people are the ones that we saw.
Thank you very much, Mariam. Thank you once again. The people in the Southeast that would have been considered the best, people would have read them and their antecedents. The names you mentioned, Rochas Okorocha was a pretender in the race. He was never in the race. You saw him speak all the dialects, all the languages across the country, and you saw how it turned out that he got a 0 vote. By that, I mean that somebody like Dr. Bonayano, for instance, whose antecedent is better known, should have been a rallying point for all the other aspirants from the South. I'm not saying he doesn't have his nuances or his shortcomings or his shortfalls, but if the Southeast started this agitation, give it to us. Where is the justice? Is this our turn? And they were, and you didn't find the likes of Orji Zakalo, for instance, and doesn't a Senate President Ahmed Lawan, and even saying, look, let it be that if any other part of the South should take it apart from the Southeast, let this power return to the North. You read the statement of course, Orji Zakalo issued before the primaries, far long before the primaries, justifying why it should be Southeast or no other Southern should be supported by the Southeast. I mean, I give it that apart from somebody in the mode of Dr. Bonayano, who did not also trust his antecedents, who also have garnered vast range of experiences, first as former Aba governor and all that I didn't see the likes of Umahi, for instance, as being real contenders in the race. Give it to him that he got 38 votes from the delegates from Ebonyi, as it were. Cut across the Southeast, many elites in the Southeast would not rally around Umahi, even if he had the APC representative. That's the truth. That's the fact. Why? Because of his antecedents. Okay. The agitators in the Southeast, IPOB and others, are all a lot of issues that people expected him as a governor, for instance, being the Southeast Governors Forum chairman, to lead discussions around.
Okay.
That didn't happen. We didn't see that happen.
Okay, I want to go...
Quickly,
I'll come back to you. Let me go to Achike. Achike, from all of the things that Charles is saying, he's trying to say that maybe the Southeast is the problem of the Southeast. Or maybe the Southeast, the South-South, and of course the Middle Belt are their own problems. What are your thoughts? Achike, I think you're muted. Achike, can you hear me? I think that you're muted and you need to unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to try one more time. All right, I'm going to toss back to Charles. Charles, so just like Toyin Prince-Will has said, that we need to learn a lesson in unity. If the call for the Southeast and the power needs to return to the South, and the Southeast was saying, give us a chance at this presidency. I mean, the sound of that call was very loud, but then when we look at how much work was put in to also back that call, there seems to be zero. And that's why I asked the question I asked to Achike, could it be that the Southeast is the problem of itself? And could that be detailed for the Southwest, the South-South and the Middle Belt?
Thank you. If Achike is not back, I can
go ahead.
Make a brief remark on that. Mm-hmm. The problem about the Southeast, apart from the lack of unity among the leaders of the Southeast, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, as the largest socio-political, socio-cultural organization in the Southeast, made bulldog in the whole exercise, both in the PDP and the APC. You cannot continue to issue press statements. These are your sons, these are your fathers, these are your friends, these are your leaders. And there was no platform to bring these aspirants together to say, look, you saw the running point, you saw the way the Southwestern aspirants, you saw the number of times Tinubu was able to rally around the Southwestern aspirants in the presidential race of APC. You saw Ekiti State Governor, you saw a lot of them rallying around. Remember that, yes, one good or the other have been done then by Asiwaju Bola Tinubu during the time he was in power. You didn't see that happen in the Southeast. And I'm saying it's a big lesson for us because why we should be at the receiving end, why we take knocks on our other southern brothers for not even withdrawing from the race. I want to say that power is never given by taking. That is a well-known established political principle. It is never said in politics that it is the turn of this people, every other person goes to sleep. So for the Southeast, first is to blame is Ohanaeze Ndigbo. The Ohanaeze Ndigbo socio-cultural group were only backing, and there was no force, not even a meeting. Never did we hear that the Ohanaeze Ndigbo Union, as an organization, called the aspirants together to say, look, this is the person who thinks the cap will fit most, and the rest of Nigeria will rally around. Please, let's go to this towards this direction. We didn't see that happen, and that is why I said, and I am repeating it, that why we blame the Southwest for coming once again after 16 years in power to take what we think belongs to us. But we didn't do our work. Our leaders did not do their best. We didn't put our best foot forward, and that is the exact truth.
Okay, I think Achike is back, so let me come to Achike. Achike, I want to know, are there lessons that need to be learned, just as I asked Charles at the beginning? And again, looking at what he said, and even what Toyin is saying about the banding together of our societies in the South, in the Southeast, in the South, and in the Middle Belt. What could you possibly think is responsible for us not uniting or even coming together and banding behind ours, just as we see the other zones do?
Yeah, well, I think the Toye Prince-Will did not establish the context for which he made that statement. There should have been a context because he just made the statement. If you look at the political history of this country, I think it's obviously wrong, unless he's talking about recent political history, in the sense that the Southeast was never in the mix, in the frame of things when it comes to president from the South. Southeast was never in the mix. Southeast has not contributed anything significant to the APC as a political party. Of course, Southeast is more the enclave of the PDP, and the PDP has done very well in the Southeast all this while. So it was always going to be very difficult. And if you're looking at equity, if you're looking at politics and then dishing out favors or patronage, on the basis of work that has been done, on the basis of achievements that have been done for the party, and then the presidency would obviously go to the Southwest, because the Southwest made, to a large extent, their involvement in 2015 made it gave power to the APC at the center, not the Southeast. And so from that perspective, I think the Southeast did not deserve the presidency. But if you're talking about the PDP, I would make that case and say, yes, the PDP ought to have produced a presidential candidate from the Southeast, of course, but that is a completely different thing. So from that perspective, the Southeast or the South Side did not deserve the presidency of this country, if that is the basis for allocating political positions. That's one. Then two, again, if we are talking about maybe the Southwest being playing politics better, and then you can only say that has happened in the Southwest only in the past 7 years, and that the Southeast has played politics better, and perhaps the South-South, all this while in terms of its alliances with the North, because it has always been the Southeast and the South-South that have been in alliance with the North all of these years. The only time the Southwest went into an alliance with past segments of the North was in 2015, when the APC was formed, and the Southwest has benefited from that. So we must, look at these things, in perspective. But beyond that is the fact that, again, for the APC to have given the presidency to the Southeast, it would have meant that the Southwest would have forfeited their ambition for the presidency. And of course, that is not going to happen, because power is never given, it is taken. Mm-hmm. And then, one other, area, I want to look at is the fact that it's unfortunate that we find ourselves talking about presidency to Southeast, presidency to Southwest and South-South and so on. What the impression one has is that this is just an elitist game, and that is actually what it is. Because if you look at what has happened with the presidency of this country in the past 7 years and at previous times, the country remains marred in all kinds of socio-economic, political contradictions. So like I said, it's just the past 7 years that you could say that the Southwest played a politics that has favored it at this particular time. But if we should have any level of disappointment, it should be with the PDP and not with the APC, because it was the PDP that was supposed to have an obligation to the Southeast on the basis of the fact that the Southeast has not enjoyed the presidency for quite some time. For a long time, we've never. And then the fact that the Southeast has contributed handsomely, to the PDP over the years from 1999 to date, and has gotten nothing, at this particular point in time. So it's not a combination of middle belt, Southeast, and then the South-South. I think it had everything to do with one man's ambition, and that is Atiku's ambition to become president. And so, the right kind of political consideration that should have been given to the Southeast was obviously not given to the Southeast. But don't forget the North also. It's just about not even the Southwest or Southeast or South-South. The entire South has to come together to act as a counterweight, political counterweight to the North. Now you have the Southwest that is divided with, South that is divided with the Southwest going, with the APC and all that. So ultimately, in terms of the proper balance of power that is needed to check the excesses of one region against the other, we do not have that in the South. And so I think that there should be a more meaningful relationship within the South.
Okay.
The 3 regions of the South and the parts of the South, the Middle Belt that are sympathetic also to the South.
Let's look at, still talking about the Southeast, let's look at the message of Ogbonnaya Onu on that day while he was trying to present, his case for presidency, although he also said that he played a huge role, in the emergence of the APC. He said he had to forego his presidency and presidential ambition at some point to let 2 Southwesterners emerge. And he said, I'd like to rephrase that, he thinks that it would have been better that Mr. President would have handed over power. The choice of words may not be necessarily great because, of course, it's debatable that he should be obviously handing over to somebody from the Southeast. And he kept saying, where is the justice? It takes me back to the question that I asked. We keep saying that we want power in the Southeast. Power should come to the Southeast. Asking for justice and working to get that justice are 2 different things. And this is where Toyin was coming from. That the likes of the Tinubus of this world had been laying the bridge and foundation for what happened that day at the Eagle Square compared to us in the other zones.
Look, the reality is that within the APC, there was really no serious contender from the Southeast. Because it's not, about shouting for justice. It's not about say, laying claims to the fact that the Southeast needs a presidency or deserves a presidency. It's also about the work you do. And I agree with my, colleague there. It is also about the work you do. It's also about your state of readiness. They were not ready. And they were not ready perhaps because they knew that they had not done enough to take the presidency of this country. And they had not. Who are you going to? What did, for instance, Nnamani, apart from, the very little role that the Southeast has played within the APC, which is not enough to ensure, to give them that recognition for the presidency. Then you talk about the individual contributions of some of these people. Kenan Nnamani, Ogbonnaya, Umahi, who has been in PDP all this while, but moved not too long ago to the APC. So what did anybody actually expect from them? There was really nothing that they could have been, expected. When you talk about politics for the sake of politics, then the person who had worked most from the region that had done the most deserved the presidency of, to run, for the candidacy of the APC, and that was the Southwest. Obviously, that is what it is really, obviously a lot needs, to be done. I think that the best opportunity for the Southeast was via the PDP, which a lot of people had talked about. We even had Afenifere in Lagos talking about the Southeastern presidency. We had the parts of the Middle Belt and even Pandev from the South talking about Southeast presidency. So I think that the Southeast was shortchanged, especially under the platform of the PDP and not under the platform of the APC, because the APC does not have any serious major inroad in the Southeast. And so they had no obligation. But I think that PDP had an obligation. And it is not just about the work, that the Southeast did. It was about equity and justice. After all, what work did Obasanjo do before he became president? What work did the Southwest do to make the Obasanjo presidency possible? They didn't do much work, but it was as a result of the crisis created by the annulment of the June 12, 1993 election, which deprived the Southwest of a presidential candidate, or a president of this country, MKO Abiola. So the political elites in the country, especially those up north, sat back and said, look, for us to have stability in the system, in this country, we must ensure that justice is done to the Yorubas because of the death of Abiola and the deprivation of Abiola from the presidency of this country, even for an election that he won. So that was why they got together and gave it to Obasanjo. Obasanjo was not electable. Obasanjo has visibility in the country. Obasanjo has serious name recognition. But Obasanjo does not have political constituencies. He does not have political structures. He was in prison and did not know work. That work was done for Obasanjo. So that was what happened. So even if you look at Jonathan, for instance, Jonathan did not have any serious constituency. He didn't have political structures in place. But it was decided that he had to go to Jonathan, to the South and to Jonathan. And the political elites concerned did the work for Jonathan. So, it is also about recognizing that, look, this is the time for these people, and then the work will be done, and there will be consensus. That is what is called elitist bargaining.
Okay. All right. Back to you, Charles, before we wrap things up. How long will it take for the Southeast to come of age? Because whether it be politicking, whether it be coming together for a certain cause. I mean, we saw what happened, I think, last year during the Ohaneze elections. That was the beginning of, the disintegration of sorts within the group. We saw even politicians, governors, step into that forum, and then we saw the divisions that happened. But when will the Southeast come of age to a point where, just like Achike has said, that, it's time for power to go to these people, and then they be ready to receive it, structures or no structures, but then, of course, a sense of readiness. How soon or how long will it take for that to happen?
Thank you very much. Thank you, my co-guest, Mr. Achike Shude. He has read part of what I was coming to, and that is the fact that the elite's manipulative theory has always been used against the Southeast. It is a theory in international diplomacy and politics that makes it difficult. It's just like what he said. If there is no moral suasion on the part of the North, and the North keeps seeing a divided South as their own advantage, until this changes, the Southeast will never come of age. Not that we don't have the best of materials. Look at somebody like Peter Obi. People know his antecedents, they know the records, they know what he has done. Peter Obi has already become a revolution in the PPC registration and collection in the entire country because of people that believe in his antecedents and policies. Now, back to your question again, it is the North. It is the North. The North holds the ace. Like Mr. Achike said, when Obasanjo was given consideration under the PDP in 1999, he was in the prison. Obasanjo, in records of our political history, did not win his word in Abeokuta. He didn't win. Yet the North rallied the entire North for him, for peace to reign. And the Southeast, as Southeasterners, we are now asking, is it too much for the North to consider, for the sake of what the Southeast has gone through, for the sake of the civil wars and all the other factors that have come into play against the Southeast in the political history of this country? Is it too much for the North to also rally around the Southeast? Is it too much for justice, which Dr. Bonano asked for, to be done? Is it too much for the other parts of the country, particularly the North? When I say the North, people are now reducing the Northern narrative to say, the Northeast has not taken its turn. In as much as this narrative is correct, we know really what a Southeastern presidency, in the mode of a P2B, for instance, would have done to the country. We know what it will do to the economy, especially if the PDP, whom we have given so much to, returned it back in kindness to us, to say, look, whether you have money to share or not, we trust that you become a rallying force to return us to power.
All right. Until
this is done, the Southeast is far. And also to my Southeastern brothers, I want to also add my voice once again to say that politics has always been defined ostensibly as a game of who takes what, when, and how. If you're not ready to take politics in this ostensive definition, you are not in the game. You are just dancing around. You just want to be recognized. And I believe that most of the leaders for the Southeast who were in this race were in to be recognized because they did no work and they expected results. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to say thank you, gentlemen. Unfortunately, our time is fast spent. Chike Chude and, of course, Charles Tu are both political analysts. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for having this conversation with me. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we discuss the affairs of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, as Dumebi Kachiku beats Kingsley Moghalu and Chukwuka Moye in its presidential primaries. We'll be right back. It's still Plus Politics. Now, the presidential ticket for the African Democratic Congress ADC party for the 2023 general elections was picked by Dumebi Kachiku. Kachiku emerged the overall winner with 978 votes ahead of the former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Kingsley Moghalu, who polled 589 votes, and Chukwuka Moye scored 339 votes. Kachiku promised a purposeful leadership to rescue the country from the current challenges facing it. The ADC candidate will be contesting the 2023 presidential elections alongside former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC, and former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi of the Labour Party. Well, joining us to discuss this and more is Kunle Lawal. He's the Executive Director of the Electoral College of Nigeria, and Ufoma Egbamuno. He's the Head of News in Nigeria Info FM 99.3. It's good to have you gentlemen join us in the studio.
Hi, Marianne. I'm not sure why you decided to bring myself and Kunle. But anyway, it's good to be here.
Kunle, it's good to have you join us.
It's a pleasure always, Marianne, and of course, it's a pleasure to be with Ufoma.
I know this. Let me start with you, because one would have thought that with the kind of clout, let me use that word loosely here, that a Kingsley Moghalu who has this, who this is not his first rodeo at this presidential ticket thing, and a Chukwuka Moye who also seemed to have garnered some favor from Nigerians, seemed to have polled lesser votes as against a Dumebi who people barely really know. We don't even know if he really campaigned. He had that much media exposure. And so it leaves a lot of people wondering what exactly transpired at the ADC presidential primaries.
Okay, so with information made available to me, I'll try to make a few things clear. So the ADC, of course, adopted an intelligent move, which was that in every primaries being held, everyone was going to pool resources together, and those resources would form a jackpot in which delegates would be transported. We agreed to this at national level, and the truth is, these actions even come up from the Lagos gubernatorial primaries, which had the same problem. So they pooled these resources together, but of course, on the day of the primaries, a few bend downs happened. I would like to say Lagos gubernatorial primaries too was played like that. There's even a voice note where we have there was access to, which I overheard with some people that an aspirant, the one that won on both sides, were actually canvassing, raising funds for delegates. I think in the Lagos issue, there were even people that were made members and delegates on the same day. I'm not sure whether that happened in the presidential primaries, but it seems to become a set of things. ADC simply forgot it was the political party and freedom of association. The first person to bring them into limelight, of course, was Kingsley Moghalu when he was running for president. And then with Moye coming also, Chukwuemeka Moye coming into the game too, and a few other aspirants, Ayodele, etc. The game was now choked up. And somewhere down the line, Dumebi appears from nowhere. Less than it clinches the form, pulls the average move. So we can effectively say primaries in a few parties have been the same. And is okay, their name is ADC, but I think in their primaries they practiced an ADG, any dollar goes. Thank you.
Wow. I mean, because there are rumors when these kinds of events take place, you hear that these things are dollarized. And for a small party, using the word small loosely here, like the ADC, one would think that there would be pure internal party democracy, being that parties like this are striving not to be like the two major political parties. But from what Kunle is saying, that might not necessarily be the case. Why do you think that is?
It just shows you how much the country has deteriorated, not just in the last 7 years, but you could argue since independence. That's why stomach infrastructure would always work in most parts. That's why most politicians believe that, all they need to do is wait for you on election day at different polling units, and buy your votes with the 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, or 3,000 naira allegedly that they usually sell. But at the end of the day, it also tells you that the move by the National Assembly, if you remember, just a few months ago when they were working on the Electoral Act 2022, they actually wanted it to be indirect primaries. That's what they initially put out. But of course, you would argue that constitutionally that doesn't necessarily work because it doesn't give everybody room or people freedom of choice. And so that's why the president, decided not to agree and asked them to go back and, add other forms. But coming back to the ADC issue, yes, there are allegations. We possibly do not have facts to back it up right now. But, they say from every iota of rumors, there's some possibly atom of truth. And of course, when these things, it's sad that reportedly, these delegates were bought with as low as $100. When the major parties were allegedly sharing 10, 15, 20, I even hear as much as $50,000 allegedly. The ADC reportedly, some of these delegates, got just $100. That's give or take about 50, 60,000 naira or thereabout, and voted the eventual winner. Again, all of these are allegations. We do not have facts to back it up. But it just sums up where the country is headed, such that these persons, because of course you remember it's not the general election.
Yes,
this is just primary. It's just a small circle. So all of your popularity really doesn't come into play. Because again, if I go back to the major political parties, that you could argue that there are a number of politicians in the major political parties who possibly would have gotten the nod of their parties. But did they have enough war chest? Well, the answer is staring at you.
Kunle, I'm back to you because one of the things that the Electoral College, that I understand the Electoral College is trying to do, is to move away from the norm and educate people, not just political parties now, but people, the average voter, about how we can have freer and fairer, elections. But how do we even start to talk about these things if the political parties themselves do not necessarily believe in this free, fair, process? Now, let's take, for example, like the normal man would say that, we have, not credible people in these parties. These people are corrupt, allegedly. But then the people who are members of these political parties are Nigerians. They're not from Mars. So obviously, and these people who call themselves delegates, who allegedly take these monies, are also Nigerians. Does that not also reflect that we, the people, have come to be okay with that modus operandi, or am I wrong?
So the Electoral College, of course, has worked closely with that, I must say, in the past. We work with every other political party, and, to have been part of primaries and see the kind of things we've got to see. The ADC, we even thought, had a different ideology. They called themselves Third Force, which of course they thought or assumed that they were a little different. But to hear allegations of people receiving $5 then when they voted and then received $95, it's quite depressing. The Electoral College has worked with the ADC, tried to train a few, even tried to send some of our graduated associates to the ADC for grooming within the party. And I from what I've seen, I think we'd rather just keep our students, our associates at home. But anyway, going on to, the issues within all other political parties and the ADC inclusive. Why the ADC comes as a surprise is because you find out that the basis of which we now understand clearly, because this is the first election year the Electoral College is going to, we have now found out that the buffet of corruption is actually being spiced, eaten, and cooked by the middle class. So, of course, if the middle class is in direction and say they are not, because a price tag has not been put on their head, as we've seen on the case of the ADC. I remember when Kingsley Moghalu and Chukwuemeka Moye joined, it was such a big thing. They were so happy they were attracting clout. And the moment the former PDP guy bust in the game, it became, game as usual. So I find it a little sad that the ADC didn't take, or its neck and its members do not take value above status quo of things. I think as I've won the primaries and I've been part of conducting about 4 or 5, And I'll tell you that if you were at that level as a party, what you should have done is direct primaries and not an indirect primaries, and thereby buying delegates. Now, this is what the Electoral College finds most complacent. In World Congresses, which were held in Oyo State and Lagos State by the ADC, you didn't have an attendance of up to 100. Then how the hell in the primaries for gubernatorial in Lagos, you have over 500, and in a, what they call it, in a presidential primaries, do you have close to 1,000? It's highly depressing.
Ufoma, because we don't have time, I'm going to toss this question to you. There seemed to be so much hope, to borrow his word, ginger, you know, that we were having newcomers, especially for the ADC. They had at some point a lot of presidential aspirants, and one would have thought that it would have been, you know, a very good way to see democracy work inside that party, but that's not the case right now. Do you see a lot of crisscrossing from the ADC? Do you see people moving away because of what has happened and the outcome of the elections? And looking at, does he stand a chance?
To be very honest with you, I try not to reduce people's chances. You know, even I can tell them privately. You know, excuse me, but I try not to do that maybe publicly. Because of course I'm supposed to be unbiased and all of that as a journalist. But I remember telling one of the presidential aspirants in 2018, talking about Sowore. He came to our office, by the way, in Port Harcourt, and you know, I told one of his aides, please stop kidding around. You're not going to win this thing. Let's not even joke. But one way or the other, I've also realized that you don't want to reduce, you know, the efforts other people are putting into the picture. Are they going to go away? Well, I think I saw what's his name, Monye, earlier today put out a tweet, just 2 words, Peter Obi, those 2 words. Make of that what you wish. For the ADs, for the Kingsley Moghalu, I think I saw his comments, you know, suggesting that for now he doesn't know what he's going to do. He's going to take his time, you know, before reacting to this loss. But I think we have a third force. I think we have an option that people are already looking at. I've seen a lot of persons say, oh, it's just online, it's just on Twitter. But trust me, there is a third force. And if you do not take a certain Peter Obi in the Labour Party seriously, well, maybe you might just about be taking him seriously, because even the 2 major political parties, the PDP and the APC, are looking at him and wondering, wow, what is going on?
And I was hoping that there would be another, because there's so many third forces, and we're seeing a Kwankwaso on the other end.
Yes, of course. Kwankwaso is another powerful force. Maybe might not do so much in the southern part of the country, but Kanu, Jigawa, and a couple of the states in the north, well, he's definitely going to pull some weight.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed and keep watching these stories as they develop. Kunle Lawal is the Executive Director of the Electoral College of Nigeria, and Ufoma Igbamuno is the Head of News, Nigeria Info FM 99.3 here in Lagos. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you for having me.
Being part of the conversation. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. That's the show tonight. We will round off the show today with our weekly highlights. So we give you an idea of what we've been discussing all through the week. Pulse Politics returns on Monday. I am Mary Anacone. Have a great weekend. Y'all better have a great weekend.
Senator Tinubu, or that, however we want to call him, has been building this over time. If you check it, how many people has he helped to get into office? There are countless people. Do you expect these people to turn their backs on him? So the mode of primaries that APC chose favored him, or when I don't know how they chose it, but there is no way, based on the capacity he's been building, for him to get to lose this, because pretty much everybody there, one way or the other, has benefited from his generosity, or from his politics, or from his guidance, however you want to look at it. And there is no way. I wasn't even surprised. For me, at the end of the day, you could say, if you were looking at social media a few days back, you might think others had a chance, but if you understood politics, there is no way.
I would say that, frankly, I would rather that Bola Tinubu withdraws from the contest and allow the vice president
Why?
My reasons are profound. Bola Tinubu, Asiwaju himself, is practically too old, weary, and tired for the enormous responsibility of fixing, resetting, and reworking Nigeria. And that is why it becomes very difficult for the supporters of the Vice President to make him step down. The truth is that from the Southwest, the candidacy of the Vice President is more attractive to people across the nation. Beyond the fact that Asiwaju is a political figure and a phenomenon, when
in spite of the sentiments about rotation, between the North and the South and what have you, we must remember that at the end of the day, the people that are involved in all of these calculations, and strategizing and all of that are politicians. And to them, the overriding interest is their own interest first. So, the emergence of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was more about which of the candidates those politicians felt stood the greatest chance of defeating an incumbent government, regardless of whichever candidate that incumbent government or incumbent party eventually presents. So in the eyes of the delegates and what have you, they felt that whether, regardless of the zoning arrangement, Atiku stood the biggest chance. That's not to say, that's without prejudice to the very show of shame that we saw with how money became a major factor.
Well, phasing out the politicians is not the best. The old politicians, as you mentioned. You see, this time around, people have to look at the track record of all the politicians that are aspiring to go into positions, especially the executive arm of government, because that is probably the most important arm of government out of the three. Because if you get that right, other two are certainly going to be good also. So I think that's what to prepare. This is not the time really for us to go and start any experiment. Some of the young men and women that we have seen taking power, especially at state level, some of them were a huge disappointment. People.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein. Okay. So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eyes, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get them straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with a doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for an example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABREATH test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headaches. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
Good evening, I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. A Catholic priest in charge of St. Anthony's Parish and Gwari community in the Jos East local government area of Plateau State, Reverend James Cantoma, who is also the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in the council area, has been kidnapped by gunmen. It was gathered that Cantoma was abducted at his house in the community by the gunmen last night. The police PRO of the state command, Alabo Alfred, when contacted, said that the command was aware of the incident and had deployed officers and men from the anti-kidnapping unit to the community. The Oyo State Police Command has confirmed the abduction of the Bishop of Jebba Diocese, Kwara State, Reverend Aderogba Adeyinka Oluwaseun, his wife Oriofe, and the driver. They were abducted yesterday around 8:30 p.m. at an isolated area along New Oyo-Ogbomosho Expressway. The command has initiated an intensive manhunt for their abductors. As source hinted, the abductors have demanded a ransom of 50 million naira. The source hinted that a former vice-chancellor of the Ajayi Crowther University, Professor Dapo Ashaju, was contacted by the abductors. Moving on, the Oyo State government today declared a 3-day mourning period in honor of the victims of the terrorist attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State. The decision is in compliance with the cabinet issued at the end of a virtual meeting of the governors of the Southwest State held on the 10th of June. The governors condemned in very strong terms the horrendous crime perpetrated by terrorists against the people and residents of Owo, and by extension the peace-loving people of the Southwest. The governors, as chief security officers, resolved to continue to assist the security agencies in the areas of crisis management and intelligence gathering at all times. President Muhammadu Buhari was at the Eagle Square in Abuja today for the 2022 Democracy Day Parade. The parade is an annual exercise held in honor of the nation's return to civil rule and to remember Nigeria's heroes of democracy. President Buhari's arrival was heralded by a general salute signaling the official kickoff of the exercise. Prior to the president's arrival, the guards had fallen into formation with several general salutes taken to welcome squad leaders and the commander of the Guards Brigade. There were also general salutes for the service chiefs and the Inspector General of the Police Force, as well as salutations for former president and vice president, among other dignitaries. Presidents had the arena to welcome President Buhari, where the Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Magashi, retired, Chief of Defense Staff General Lucky Rabba, ministers and other members of the President's Cabinet, members of the National
Where
Assembly,
is your husband?
and
You've
members
not paid
of
me
the
for this.
diplomatic corps.
And for that, those were the darkest.
All women need access to high-quality care during pregnancy,
And
during
I'm
and
very
after
happy.
childbirth in order to
I don't
reduce
have
the
any
high
way.
rates
It's good.
of infants and maternal mortalities. Those were the words of the representatives of the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints, Chimaroke Udechi, in Abacha, Enugu State, during the commissioning of the newly revamped Ugbezeji Primary Health Center. The representatives of the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Honorable Bina Ogbo, while thanking the church for her humanitarian work, called on members of the public to join their hands with the government to develop the society.
I'm used to dealing with medical equipment, so I understand how expensive this equipment that have been provided free of charge for Ugbezeji Health Center is. Please, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, you guys are...
That is a ticking time bomb.
We are I didn't know about pregnancy strips. As KPIs for me and the work that I do, that things have to...
Development comes faster.
No, hello. It's just how we met it.
Most of the time we sit down and we cross our hands and we expect the government to be everywhere at the same time. The government cannot be everywhere at the same time. But if organizations, if communities, if religious bodies partner with government, we will bring development faster to the people, to the grassroots.
Another thing here is suction machine. I talked about children not being able to breathe very well because they have drunk what they call life water. A lot of those water the children are living inside for 9 months. Some of them enter their nose. And if you don't suck out everything very well, the child may not survive, the child will die. So there's a suction machine that was also supplied, which is an equipment that is used to suck out all the fluid and the liquid in the child's nose so that he can breathe air freely. These are some of the things that have been supplied here that will help the children here live longer. Tell all the other men and to tell their wives that there are some facilities here now that were not here before. And they should not be afraid to come and register antenatal here. And when they go into labor, they should not be afraid to come and deliver here, because there's some equipment that will help them enjoy safe delivery.
The church, which has been in the business of providing care for the needy in the society as part of her effort to alleviate the suffering, also made provisions for medical equipment for the center, saying that the gesture was geared towards reducing infant and maternal mortality rate among rural women. Reactions have continued to trail the emergence of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as the presidential flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress. That's on Straight Views. Take a listen.
I'm not happy at all, because the way this country is going now, we need a vibrant young man, somebody that have something to move this country to the next level. Atiku Abubakar, I believe he will clinch the ticket of presidency, because he comes from North, where they always come with block votes. And I believe his people, all the people, his people will vote for him.
I tell you that I'm very, very happy. I'm from Adamawa State. And the opposition of the Tinubu is from Adamawa State. That's Atiku Abubakar. And I don't have anything that Atiku bring to Adamawa State when he was a vice president. And talk less of he want to become a president. So I prepare Tinubu more than Atiku. I have 80% assurance Tinubu will win this election.
Actually, I'm partially happy. The reason why I say I'm partially happy is that it's this set of people that are doing it. Not that he's not a good person or not, but is he going to stay on his word? Is he going to create employment? Look at Lagos now, transport, fighting every day and then. That's not the issue. Chance against Abubakar is like, let me just say, 30-70. I give him 30 and I give Atiku 70.
I'm happy because there's nobody that can match Atiku in that APC caucus. And if they place Tinubu and Atiku side by side, we prefer Tinubu. He has affected so many lives. That is it.
To tell you the truth, I've not been happy ever since I heard that, to tell you the truth, because these same guys have been the people ruling over us. They've ruled our fathers. They deceived us the last time. Right now, I don't really know who to pick, but my mind goes for Peter Obi.
Let's give it to Tinubu. Atiku has no chance. He has no chance. I'm telling you. When it comes to politics, playing politics, intellect, give it to Tinubu.
This is the time for him to prove his popularity this time around, because he's contesting with the giant. The other one he did is a domestic election. This one is general. After that, what we now know, Atiku is very powerful. I can see it's only Atiku that is powerful. Kwakwaso and Obi, no.
Moving to other parts of Africa, in Burkina Faso, armed men attacked the town of Setanga near the border with Niger on Saturday night. It appears to be a reprisal for an attack on the Gendarmerie Brigade in the town on Thursday, the night of June. No official figures on that were issued, but several sources pointed to dozens of that intervention units have been deployed to the area, according to the government spokesman. According to witnesses, armed men have allegedly been harassing people in Setanga for several days. And outside Africa, the United Nations Human Rights Chief Michelle Bachelet indicated today that she will not seek a second term. The surprise announcement coming in a wide-ranging speech to the Geneva-based Human Rights Council. Bachelet made a trip to China last month, for which she was criticized by right groups as well as some Western governments, including the United States, who set conditions Chinese authorities imposed on the visit did not enable a complete and independent assessment of the rice environment. In the same speech, she said the office was working on an updated assessment of the human rights situation in China's western region of Xinjiang, where there are widespread allegations that mostly Muslim Uyghur people have been unlawfully detained, mistreated, and forced to work. China denies all accusation of abuse in Xinjiang. And in business, Nigeria's electricity grid, operated by the Transmission Company of Nigeria, has again collapsed. The development rate has been reoccurring in recent times, occurred around 7 p.m. yesterday. Recall that the grid has collapsed about 10 times this year as electricity generation remained at about 2,000 megawatt for the past 3 months. Many of the distribution companies which confirmed the development said the system operated from Oshogbo in Osun State shut down around 6:49 p.m. At Corporate Communications at Enugu Disco Emeka Eze said all the company's outgoing feeders were down, affecting supply to customers in Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo State. Since electricity sector was privatized in 2013, Nigeria's Oshogbo-based national grid has failed electricity consumers more than 130 times. And in entertainment, global mega-hit Squid Game will return for its second season. Netflix Incorporation announced yesterday, offering a few hints about what is to come in the dark Korean drama. Squid Game became Netflix's most-watched series when it was released in September 2021. The show tells the story of cash-strapped contestants who play childhood games for a chance of life-changing sums of money. It inspired countless memes and Halloween costumes and kick-started sales of green tracksuits. Writer and director Wang Dong-hyuk has since teased a few details about the show's second season in a letter released by Netflix. Characters Gi-hun and the frontman will return, he said, and the man in the suit with Jackie might be back. You will also be introduced to Younghee's boyfriend, Hee Ha-did. Younghee is a motion-sensing animatronic doll featured in one of the games. Netflix did not say when the new season will be released. And finally, in sport, Manchester City have completed the signing of Norway striker Erling Haaland from Bundesliga club Borussia Dortmund on a 5-year contract. Haaland, a classic, powerfully built centre forward whose father, Alf Inge, played for City from 2000, said he's excited to be playing at a club he supported all his life. In his first interview with City's television channel, Haaland said he was looking forward to playing under Pep Guardiola.
First of all, my father, a little bit. I was born in England. I've been a City fan my whole life. I know a lot about the club. I think in the end, two things. I feel a bit home here, I think. And also, I think I can develop and get the best out of my game in City. Yeah, of course. If not, I wouldn't come here. Yeah, it's. I like the style. I like the attacking football. I like the kind of positive vibe we have when City play football. This is what I like a lot. Yeah, I think it's a really good fit. As I said, I think I can develop a lot.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Awards Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bow to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
is expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
My name is Oluwatosin Olale, and our business is called Pathway Giants Limited. At Pathway Giants Limited, we provide packaging solutions for small businesses in Nigeria. Our focus is on small businesses. We help small businesses to take their products from local to global, because we know that we have a lot of products being produced, especially now that everybody's brother and sister is into business. So we know a lot of people are producers, but we still have to, they still are limited in markets to the Nigerian market. And with the ACTFA agreement and the government trying to encourage businesses to take their business global, you know, to export their products, our Nigerian products are not so easily acceptable in other climes because our packaging is poor. So that's what we are here today. We are here to fill in the gap, to help provide workable packaging solutions with smaller minimum order quantities and help them package their products in a way that will delight their customers. My background is in banking. I started banking in 2006, thereabouts, and I worked in about 3 banks. So my journey started when I was moved in 2012 to marketing. And because I was moved to marketing, I was handling businesses, and I had to, you know, I had a close relationship with business owners. And that was how I began to understand the kind of businesses, the way businesses are run, basically, and also what kind of problems they have. And that was how I jumped into this. So from leaving banking, the only thing I had to do was set up a packaging company and be able to provide solutions to what I thought was a problem in Nigeria. I'm a late bloomer when it comes to knowing what I want to do with my life, and that's why a lot of people know from the very beginning. But for a very long time, I just knew I wanted to work in an office. But as at that time, something started shifting in me, because the more I saw people running their business and, you know, fulfilling their destiny, so to speak, it felt like something was missing for me. And at some point, I met someone that makes nylon. That's all she does. And she used to make what we call Toromagbe. That's the small black nylon that when you go somewhere, you buy something, they put it in. That was what she used to make. And that's started sealing it in for me that, okay, this is what I want to do. But I don't want to do it the same way she's doing it. I want to be able to provide a service that everybody needs. Because we all know that the Toromagbe nylon is something that is more of a menace in society. But how can I take this, what I love, and bring it into what is a problem in the society? And that was what bettered the packaging industry. So we have evolved over time from just providing shopping bags into providing solutions that businesses need. My training was more or less informal because there is no particular school that teaches packaging, but I had to choose mentors, and most of my mentors were not even in the same industry I work in. So I had to like marry the kind of information I was getting along with regular business trainings into what I have today. I'm a UN 3 awardee. The government of Goodluck Jonathan awarded some entrepreneurs grants back then, and I was one of the sets for the third one. I got 10 million naira, and that was the first funding we used for this business. After that, I put in for the Tony Elumelu entrepreneurship program, and I won $5,000. So that has helped, and so many other grants along the way that I've put in for. And then, of course, a lot came in from our savings. And then when I started this business, my husband was still working. So we had to take out a couple of loans here and there. And then, of course, whatever he was able to take out of what he was earning, that's what we used. Challenges, there are many. Where do I start from? So we have the number one challenge is power. That's the number one challenge. This is a very power-intensive business. So if I was to put on my generator for this system, I will have to use a 100 kVA generator. That's having to spend an average of 50,000 naira for fuel daily. So power is a major challenge. When I want to start my machines, I need to warm them up for like an hour before I start at all. So even if I was using a generator, that's like money down the drain. So we need to have sustainable power to be able to run this business. That's number one. Number two is staffing. We use a lot of blue-collar workers, so they didn't go to school to learn this, they learned it as a trade, you understand? So there is no school in which you go to and say, okay, this is how to run an extruder. We don't have such schools in Nigeria. So they kind of like have they go in under someone, learn it, and then they go out to go and learn. So you can't really place how much information or how much they have learned, except when you put them to test. So sometimes you employ someone and you realize that they don't know as much as they claim they do, or maybe they are making a lot of mistakes. You have to either train them and like I said, there is no formal training system. So you have to either train them or maybe bring in someone that has more experience over them. And then because, like I said, they are blue-collar workers, there is a lot of other issues that spring up as a result of them working with you, because some are not teachable, some come in with their own preconception of how things should be run, and they don't want to change that. So you have to like have a lot of hit and miss before you have your perfect fit. Raw materials. The raw materials industry is dominated by foreigners. So we have Lebanese, we have Indians, and we don't seem to have been able as Nigerians to get into that business effectively. So Nigerians work the recycled raw material aspects. But even when you go outside the country, into China, Dubai, anywhere where all these things are shipped from, and you try to get in there and say, I want to ship, they tell you, no, go to this person that is probably Lebanese, that is working in Nigeria. So one way or the other, they kind of dominate the space. And by dominating the space, they dominate the price. They also own factories. So they kind of control things. They control the pricing of what we sell. They can flood the markets at any time with their own products. Meanwhile, they are the ones still selling raw materials to us at a higher price. So we need a space in which Nigerians are also playing in this space, so that it's more, you have more competition, more healthy competition in that space. First of all, I would say that paper bags are from trees. So if you're using paper bags, you are causing deforestation. And that means you're not helping the environment either. So there is this misconception that, okay, if you use plastic bags, that means you're not helping the environment. That's far from true. The problem we have with everything is that we don't reuse, we don't reduce what we use, we don't reuse, and we don't recycle. The moment we can do these three things, whether for paper bags or for plastic bags or for plastic bottles, then the world will be a better place. The person that started the plastic bags, that invented it because he didn't want them to kill off all the trees to make paper bags. So he invented a plastic bag that could be reusable. The problem started when we started using them as single use. Now, my own industry, like I showed you earlier, we have most of the raw materials we use, especially for our garbage bags and other non-food grade products, are raw materials from recycled products. So the problem in Lagos, I would say Lagos because I don't want to use Nigeria as a whole, is being able to access this waste, because most of it goes to the dumps. And when it goes to the dump, I can't use it anymore because a lot of other chemicals have infused into it. Can we have a place where we can take this raw material, this waste from source? If we can take it from source, then we can recycle and reuse them into bags that we can still use. So for me, I would believe that if we can have a government that would look into resolving the problem and not just taking out, stop banning plastic products. Because I'll put it to you that a paper bag is what, if you're going to buy a paper bag for a particular nylon bag size, then you're going to be paying like 4, 5, 6 times the price you would have paid for the nylon bag. And the nylon bag is more reusable than the paper bag. I'm in the paper bag space too. So I wouldn't want my business to go down, but it's supposed to be a case of education, one, and then having the proper systems in place to collect and separate waste. If we can collect and separate waste from mushy markets, where a lot of nylons and a lot of plastic bottles are being thrown away and thrown into our sewage system, then people like me, we are happier because that means my raw materials are cheaper. It's the advice I give myself every day. Sometimes I ask myself, well, what am I doing here? Why am I here? Especially when, the electricity company rears its ugly head and we have power outages or they are simply messing up our plans. I'll tell you, just hang in there. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. And I will consider myself a youth in this case. We the youth are the ones that can make it better. So if we all pack up and go, what will happen tomorrow? Will there be no Nigeria? Because we can go there and we can make it happen. It's harder here, yes. You have to strive more, you have to work at it more. But it's still doable. We still have businesses that are selling we still have companies that are selling their businesses for thousands and thousands, or hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if they can hang in there, then we can hang in there. And then we can, leverage on one another. Let's collaborate. Instead of looking at each other as competitors, let's look at each other as collaborators. For example, if anybody wanted to go into this industry, because it's so power and capital intensive, I tell them, why don't you let me produce for you? I'll produce for you at a cheaper rate. You can go on and market. So if we can do that, like if you have a business, another business I'm so passionate and interested in is the food business, because we have a lot of waste and we have some companies that they process these products and they package. So why are you in your little corners trying to, pack it in nylon? And people are telling you your packaging is not nice and you're wondering what else can you do? Why not go to this kind of person? She already has, our place is already NAFDAC approved. Every other approval is in place. Go there with your raw material, go there with your packaging. They package for you and you are home free. So why do we all have to go into the nitty-gritty parts of each business? You can leverage on each other's spaces and, sell. The selling, the market is where the problem is. Anybody can do anything, but if you can have your market, then you don't even have to have the product. Get someone that has the product. Push. That's the advice I have for people. So it has been a long journey because you have to earn the trust of your customers. But we started small. Even though we had the factory and everything, we had to start small. We had to have a product, so to speak. And it's hard when you're selling packaging because when you're selling packaging, they think customers think you're selling the product in it. So if I give you like I'm going to show you something from Jam Coconuts. So if I'm showing it to you, I'm trying to show you the package, but you can see the product in it. So it's a hard sell. But over time, we've been able to leverage on references. If I produce for you, you refer me to someone. And then also we have a very vibrant social media plan. So we put whatever we do on social media. and people from there, and then of course we do social media marketing, and from there we've been having a lot of hits. A lot of customers are asking what we do. Then another fundamental way we've been able to gain customers is that most of people in this space, when you want to package your product, they'll tell you, oh, come and do 100,000 pieces, 200,000 pieces, and then we can package your product for you. But I tell you, come and do 10,000 pieces. And even as we speak, we are looking at how we can work on reducing that to 1,000 pieces. So that means that we are a low entry barrier kind of, we are opening up a low entry barrier kind of market for people that are willing to go into entrepreneurship, because most people don't even, they don't know if they will have that market yet. And you're telling them, I was talking to a customer recently, and she was showing me what she did like 3 years ago. She did like 200,000 pieces. She hadn't used up to 1/4 of it. And now she wants to change her packaging. So all that is a waste. So we are trying to create a niche for those people that, okay, we want to test the market. We have 3-4 products. Which one will move? If I do 100,000 pieces of each product, and then one is not moving, does that mean I've wasted my money? So what we are trying to do is, okay, come and do 1,000 pieces. Of course, it will be more expensive than if we were doing 100,000, but it's still at a price you can go to market with. So by the time you do that, you try the market. Oh, I have 5 products, but I think I'll go to market with 3 products. Then we can do 10,000 pieces for you. Then when you grow to the extent where you can do 100,000 pieces, then we can take you to 100,000 pieces. And each time your price drops.
According to a research paper, in several developing countries, there is an informal waste management system. Plastic pollution is currently a serious problem in developing countries, with many people in these countries relying on plastic sachet of water in the absence of affordable and readily available drinking water. The mismanagement of waste, particularly plastic, in these countries through dumping or burning not only has a negative environmental impact, it also has a seriously detrimental effect on public health, with 1 person dying every 30 seconds as a consequence of poor waste management. According to Bioenergy Consult, in Nigeria, the management of waste is a matter of national concern, as current data shows that the country generates more than 32 million tons of solid waste annually, one of the highest amounts in Africa. Over 15% of the municipal solid waste generated are from plastics and nylons. The volume of waste does not actually constitute the problem, but the inability of government, individuals, and waste disposal firms to keep up with the task of managing waste and the environment. The problem emanates from the country's poor culture of recycling waste. The Global Journal of Research and Review states that at every hour of the day, waste materials are indiscriminately disposed in Nigeria. The effects are seen in the quality of air, blockage of drainages, destruction of land, and poor health of inhabitants of polluted areas. Thus, green recycling of waste nylon is a veritable tool that should be encouraged in the country. It can promote both social and environmental development. It helps to protect the environment, enhance a cleaner environment, create jobs, generate revenue, brings about poverty eradication programs, reduce municipal solid waste, save costs and energy, among others. It is time we take the recycling of waste very seriously in the country, because according to Nairametrics, today, the recycling industry is estimated to be worth several billions of naira, but this is nothing compared to the revenues it has the potential to generate should the right investments be made. Small and medium enterprise, green entrepreneurs, and individuals that are passionate about the environment should tap into this emerging business opportunity. The business process involves collection, separation, and reduction of waste nylon and plastic bottles, and then remanufacturing it into either same product or entirely new products. Items that can be made from recycled waste nylon and plastic bottles include shopping bags, nylons, waste disposable bags, nylon sachets, among many others.
My name is Adewale Olaleye, and I'm in charge of strategy and operation in Pathway Giant. I'm actually responsible for strategy direction for the organization, and I manage the entire production from sourcing of the materials down to producing the materials and delivering for customers and ensuring the customers are satisfied with what was delivered. I I looked at it as, because I actually worked in a corporate organization for a couple of years, about 15, 16 years. So I've worked with a lot of people. So working with my wife too, I just assumed that is one of my colleagues that I've worked with, because I've been moved from one role to another role, and you have to adapt to the people you meet with. So I just assumed that she's my colleague. Even when I'm in the office, I call her partner. When I'm talking to customers, I don't even want people to see that we're kind of it's my spouse. So I call her my MD or my colleague in the office. So that's the way I see it. So it's not really different from when I was in the 8 to 5 kind of work, and I see a lot of people I work with. It got to a point when it just started, I was very enthusiastic about it. But it got to a point I was like, wow, are we doing the right thing? Because money just going down the drain. You know, if I need to cite an example, before I used to enjoy my money before we started the business. You know, I'm very comfortable, things were going on with my money, but when we started the business, I discovered that I can't just spend money anyhow. I can't just spend. You know, I have to be looking at, these people might need money now, so they might need to pay NEPA bills immediately, they might need to pay salaries, and no money is coming in, you know, and it was very frustrating. But I just look at it as, you know, when you give birth to a child, you know, a child will start sucking, then before start crawling, you know, taking step one after the other before started walking and running. So I believe that it will get to a point whereby the business will be running as well. So I just have to be a bit patient to see the business go to that level. Fine, I handle strategy. Even when I was doing the 8 to 5, I still look at the book from the back end. I said, okay, how are you guys performing? And I was able to see, okay, we're not doing something right, so okay, why don't you try this? Why don't you use this kind of strategy to see maybe it works better? You know, so we started, we've changed a couple of strategy, but just last year, something started working, so we started pushing it, and towards the Q4 of last year, fine, the company was able to pay all the bills conveniently without sourcing from other source. You know, so from last year, Q4, we've been profitable. The low side, you know, especially when you're looking for raw materials, you have orders and you cannot even get the right raw materials to fulfill the order, is a lot of challenges. And from the strategy point of view, it was it's a very huge market, and you have a lot of big players. You know, when you're doing the interview with the MD, she mentioned the fact that you have the Lebanese who has foreign money, the backing of the government. Government give them a lot of grants and loans, you know, for them to operate. So they are quite big. So we try to look at, okay, how can we catch a niche? How can we remain competitive? How can we be able to capture some market? Because if you want to play in that red ocean, definitely the sharks, big sharks will just eat you up. So we try to look at, okay, how can we differentiate ourselves from the so-called nylon business? You know, that's why we started coming up with what I refer to as a market development strategy, where I was able to identify some markets and create the products from packaging kind of products to meet those markets. And that actually causes the growth to be very slow. But we know we are moving in the right direction, so we kept on growing a bit and bit by bit. And I will categorically say right now that actually we are moving. And I think we are going in the right direction. So that is, to me, is a fun thing for me, because I just look at the entire industry and I'll say, so I can actually still differentiate myself, despite the fact that everybody is looking at, this is the kind of business we run. This is kind of like, if I go to other people that's doing this kind of business, they were like, why are you doing this way? I'll say, no, this is what I feel is right. And I've advised a couple of people. Some people get a kind of transaction. They will tell me, this transaction is a lot of money there. I'll say, I'm not doing. This is not good. By the time they step into it, at the end of the day, by the time they spend 1, 2, 3 months, they'll discover that, this is not a good transaction. But me, I've been able to see it, you know, from afar. Maybe because of my training. I went to a business school, so I studied business as well. So I was able to, you know, understand how to tweak strategy to fit into what you want. I was talking with the MD late last year, early this year. I said I should have even taken this step for a long time. I think I delayed a lot because I discovered that joining the team, I was able to actually drive that operation, and I was able to drive low cost, reduce our cost of operation very well, and that increased our profitability. So, though it was a tough decision because you're going to worlds you don't know what's going to happen. You're getting something paid at the end of 30 days, and now you have to look for how to pay salary, nothing is coming in. But as I am today, I was thinking that I should have even taken a step and moved from the paid employment for a long time, because I could see that when I added up my own experience as well to the business, then the growth was evident. I started moving at a faster speed. Anyone that's actually doing I wouldn't say that doing a 8 to 5 is not a good idea, because actually you need the experience, you need the network, you need all the that experience actually you need to do your drive business. But I think looking at the fact that I am working on my own, I'm able to put food on people's table. I was able to solve Nigerian unemployment problem. Right now when we started we have about 2 staff. Now we are having about 7 staffs, and I'm just recruiting more people now. But in the next 1 month we might be getting up to 10, 11 staffs. I think that's bringing joy to me to see that I'm actually, putting food on people's table and being a blessing to people. Just beside even making the money, but at least I am giving people happiness. Of course, bringing happiness to people's faces. Path to Giant to be a conglomerate, a group of companies. The roadmap has already been drawn to be a global company, whereby we're going to international business, international trade, and then be a one-stop shop for packaging in Nigeria. Going to our online space, creating a market space for packaging online. So that's my goal. That's my plan for Path to Giant.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
My name is Demola Bakri. To the new entrants to my world, I am Honorable Justice Demola Bakri, a prince from the Jibosho ruling house of the Bagura nation. I was born in Ibadan, then the capital of Old Western State, now the capital of Oyo State. Those were lovely days of peace and tranquility. I attended UMC demonstration school at Okeado, Ibadan, and I remember after school work with my sister and other students from school compound through Imale Falafia College Crescent area. Then, we all never knew what life had in stock for us. It was a life of que sera. We had fun, just sleeping and waking up for school the next day. I remember the midday meal, sometimes yam, porridge, and vegetables. I remember fan milk. The dream was to be an electronic engineer, to understand how a voice from the box could reach so many homes. I remember Rediffusion, also my neighbor's television in the early 70s, and my father's struggle to buy one. I remember later my mother's struggle to buy a radio cassette player
for the family. It was a compensation for our hard work at cleaning the compound. I remember the creation of State in 1976 and our usual weekend trips from Abeokuta to Ibadan. I remember the Ibadan-Abeokuta road and the Odeda sharp bend with inscription, "Sharp bend ahead, many have gone, be careful." It was indeed an era to behold. I remember the good old days of common entrance into secondary schools and the right to choose based on your ability when it was only 5 kobo per term as allowances. Today, in reflection, I wonder why we cannot have a brighter future. Yes, our children deserve more. Let each of us rise to contribute our quota to see to a bright and wonderful future for Nigeria. We still have an opportunity to print our foot boldly on the positive sides of sands of time. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow. Not just the good old days. Let's change the narrative. I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
See what we want to see, only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishido Lawal. I'm a makeup artist and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Our common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher. Everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck and it doesn't wear off, it lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many skin, many face shapes. It slims the face, it gives your face a little lift if need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking beautiful. I'm trying to infuse the colors of what she's wearing into the style of makeup that I do. She's wearing white, gold, and coral, so I'm taking elements of those colors, and I'm also pressing pigments, glitter pigments onto the eyelids. For the cheeks, I'm going to contour it a bit. And of course, her skin is very nice and brown, so I'm going to enhance that. I worked with designers, I worked in editorial, beauty, and fashion magazines. I worked a lot with Tiffany Amber, Odiomi Monet. I was drawn to working with models, but these days I find that I work mostly with brides. I do a lot of weddings, destination weddings, weddings locally, and even I take one-on-one makeup classes for people who want to learn how to do their own makeup.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm usually inspired by client feedback. Whenever I've worked with anyone, whatever they say to me about the service afterwards, those are some of the things that keep me going. They dictate or determine what I'm going to do next.
From Adamawa State, northeastern Nigeria. I attended an introduction course in conservation biology, and I realized this was what my passion was. After I completed my master's in the UK, I knew I wanted to come back to my country. I knew I wanted to come and work for conservation in Nigeria and nowhere else. Before WCS took over managing the ranger activity, about 10 to 20 elephant carcasses were recorded, killed by poachers annually. Rangers were not properly trained, they were not armed, so one ranger with a firearm in the team, and the others would have cutlasses and sticks. That made the hunters more confident. I experienced poaching, I think, my first day in Yankari.
It was almost fading, only the name was existing, but the actual reserve was just a shadow of itself. Poaching generally is a very big problem for us in Yankari.
I realized there was lots of grievances from the surrounding communities. Sometimes they would send huge complaints and huge threats that they would kill elephants because elephants have gone out to destroy their farms, destroy their crops.
A duk gaba ɗaya jakure su, amma da kai dai mai gona je kore kayansa ko wani damuwansa da kuma lokacin ma mutane ba su da yawa ba su yi gonakai da yawa a kusa dajin kamar yanzu ba.
We believe a couple of elephants were killed in the past because of the problems with crop raiding. Then I got the opportunity to do the CLP program with WCS Nigeria. It has a very good collection of very passionate people working for the same cause, and it's been very great experience for me.
Before Nacha came, we didn't have any conservation outfit per se. But when he came, he put things in order, he put the rangers in proper perspective.
Working with Yankari Rangers has been really a great experience for me. It took me a while when I took over to understand them. So I got closer to them, spent more time with them, visited them in their homes, ate the same food with them, brought them so close that I was able to understand what are some of their needs, what are their problems. So when we took over, we were able to work with our partners, get them some firearms, some ammunition, uniforms, boots, kit bags.
My boss is a moral man. Enjoy staying with him and enjoy working with him.
Over time, the number of elephant carcasses went down, the number of patrols increased, and we can see poaching going down. I identified the 6 communities that were most affected by elephant crop raiding. I went around and had meetings with the chiefs and told them about the initiative, and I told them we have funding to have 2 people from their communities who would work with us as elephant guardians. So we trained those people on safe and effective ways to chase elephants away from the farm. Yankari has the last viable elephant population in Nigeria. The last elephant carcass we recorded in Yankari was in 2015 in May.
Yankari Game Reserve is an endowment given to us by God, and we are trying to protect it and preserve it. The glory is coming back, and this will be attributed seriously to Nacha's foresight and dedication.
I look at the Rangers sometimes, the success stories we have, it's one of the driving force I have that keeps me going. I said, if in such a small time we've touched this number of lives and we've made these changes, then I cannot give up. It's something that is so dear to me. It's something that I've sacrificed my life, I've sacrificed so much for.
Nacha is Yankari and Yankari is Nacha.
ẹgbẹ́ ilé tí mo ṣe mechanic wà ńbẹ̀ bó ṣe máa ń tú bó ṣe máa ń ṣe mo ohun mi mo ṣe decide pé okay nǹkan tí man ń ṣe yìí màá try láti máa ṣe mo explain for ọ̀gá mi pé this is what I want to do pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa fún mi láyè pé tó bá ti di ìrọ̀lẹ́ màá lọ sí school Federal College fún theory for theoretical aspect so màá lè máa ṣe practical níta ọ̀gá mi dẹ̀ allow mi so tí màá ti kó níbi iṣẹ́ ní nǹkan bíi 4 so màá lọ sí school so àǹfààní yẹn mo rí pé ó really help mi gan pé àti bí mo ṣe máa approach customer nsìn ó máa yàtọ̀ sí bá ṣe wà bí mo ṣe wà lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá mi báwọn ọ̀gá mi ṣe approach customer bí mo ṣe máa approach wọn sìn there is a difference and the way bí mo ṣe máa handle iṣẹ́ ìyàtọ̀ wà ńbẹ̀ náà fún àwọn tó máa sọ pé tíyẹn bá ti kàwé pé kò lè dèèyàn tíyẹn bá ti kàwé yẹn kì í ṣe excuse pé èèyàn ò lè make ẹ̀ ẹni tí ó kàwé yẹn ó kù sí ohun gangan fúnra ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ láti make up mind ẹ̀ tíyẹn bá ti kàwé sí ìyẹn pé kò lè jẹ́ èèyàn kò lè ṣe nǹkan no it's not like that.
I see this work as my ladder of progress. I see it as something that if I am serious about it, I'm going to make it in life. I am very proud of this work because it's a work of an idea. It's an idea work. It's a work that you can boast of maybe when you fix a car and it's work fine. You are good to go. I see it as a very fantastic job. In the nearest future, I want to be a very great man and how to mingle with people. I like music, I want to be a musician, but at least I need something like handwork to help me, and at the same time I want to have my own mechanical company that I will be in charge, and that's all. My very advice for those that are not in school, go and sit down and think of the kind of vocational work that you can learn that you will gain from. So they have to sit down, think of what to do. If you can't learn handwork, go for something creative, create something and sell out, do business and make money. Before you know, you make it in life. Instead of roaming around with friends or wasting your time.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And has this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame?
Put your card number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Temungo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one, we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was and probably mechanical engineer, or an economist or something who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I give you back millions or thousands, will you come back some other time? No. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me, in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theatre itself, it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempt to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see they can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them that opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. At times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. People cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular, hopefully the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way. It's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers. And you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find out that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the censors board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions on what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we are in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by ad work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line. I want to start using or there's that sentiment of now help us to make it known. If you start a particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you will need to still pass through one or two trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the four walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not normal. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school. So it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Financial inclusion has been a great challenge across the world, especially in Africa, with great opportunities for financial services on the micro level. The value of point-of-sales transactions made in Nigeria jumped to 3.01 trillion naira in the first half of 2021, with a total volume of 462.11 million transactions in the same period. Now, these represent a 50% increase compared to the 2 trillion naira recorded in the corresponding period of 2020, and a 10.3% increase against 2.72 trillion naira recorded in the second half of 2020. However, stakeholders want the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN, to stem the rising trend of alleged POS customer data mining, which has led to people's money being stolen from their bank accounts. We will focus on these issues surrounding mobile money operations in Nigeria, the opportunities and the future of it. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye.
Writing an informal proposal. The thought of writing a proposal overwhelms many people, but the task does not have to be daunting. Informal proposals are written when people need to ask permission to make a purchase, undertake a project, or write a paper. This type of proposal is a way of persuasively putting forth an idea and asking for action to be taken on that idea. When writing a proposal, consider who will read the proposal and what that person may or may not already know about what you are proposing. Follow these steps when writing a proposal. 1. State your purpose. Do this clearly and concisely so that the reader knows immediately why you are writing. 2. Give some background information. Explain why you are proposing your suggestion so that the reader has a better understanding of the problem. 3. State a solution to the problem. This is where you give specifics about your suggestion. 4. Show costs. Lay out any costs that will be involved. 5. Conclusion. Wrap it up by restating the problem and the proposed solution.
Now, the increase in the value of POS transactions in Nigeria shows the spending patterns of Nigerians and payment preferences as compared to cash payments. However, we will talk about some of the issues that came up when AMBAN paid a visit to the House Committee on Banking and Currency, as well as complaints of theft, counterfeited currency, and training for agents. I'm now being joined by the National Publicity Secretary of AMBAN, Oluwasegun Elegbede. Many thanks for joining us on Business Insight and Plus TV Africa, Oluwasegun.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yes, it is our pleasure. Let's just dive straight into it now. There have been talks as regards fake alert, and the House asked the central bank to introduce stringent regulations for POS business. As an association, AMBAN, so what's your position on this recently? I know you had a briefing concerning that.
Yes, one of the reasons why we had that press conference was actually to put things into the right perspective. Some of those items that were mentioned in the motion actually not as it is. I would say in the motion it was alleged that POS operators, POS agents do fake alerts. For one, I can tell you that actually POS agents are victims of these fake alerts.
Explain, please.
Because it is the bad element in the public that come around pretending that they need cash. And they will tell you they don't have their ATM cards with them. They have perfected this cloning of fake alerts. And then most of the time they visit outlets where the owners of these outlets are not there, where they have, we use some staff. Most of them are school SATs holders. So when they visit, the staff will have to call the boss to know if the boss has gotten value for the transfer the customer claims to have made. And then, they do it in such a way that the owner will say to the staff that you can release cash. And then
but why would the owner say they can release cash when they actually haven't gotten alerts?
Because what they have done is to clone the alert of the banks. And they are suspecting owner of or even the agents. Sometimes they may meet the person himself at his outlet. What happens is that, in the rush to serve this customer, they exchange cash, and after they must have left, they discover that this customer has just come to dupe me. They have gone away. So we are actually victims of this crime, as being said at the floor of the House of Assembly by Honorable Olajide Jimoh. We acknowledge the fact that, yes, some of these things happened, but our members are actually victims. Number two that he said is that there are counterfeit notes. Yes, we have received a lot of incident cases from our members across the country where people, they'll come with large sum of money, they want to do quick transfers to get some goods and all of that, and they will wrap, fake notes, just few original ones on the top, and they just guard it somehow, and they use this they put pressure on the owner of the outlet to release cash. And these are things that as AMBAN we try to train our members for. How to attend to customer, how not to be under pressure, so that you can be in charge, in control. When the customer walks into your outlet, you are not under his control. You need to be very calm in attending to them, so that you can actually get to see if you are collecting a counterfeit notes. Let's
talk about the counterfeited bills, for one more minute. And, you talked about how your association, that is AMBAN, train members on how they need to, be calm so they don't fall victims. So over time, do you also train your members on how to identify these counterfeited bills when they're being presented to them?
Of course, that is one of the, we made in our meetings, we try to let them know the true features of the Naira notes, the different denomination, for them to be able to identify. And then we also have been able to get in some supplies of machines, the small ones at very reduced rates that they can even have at the outlets.
Okay.
And to also use to, validate if the notes they are collecting are counterfeited or not. So this is part of what the association is doing.
Okay, well, let's still talk about the sanity in this particular industry or association, as it were. Because if you look at it now, practically every street, every nook and cranny you go around Nigeria, you see POS operators or agents rather, mounting, their services, operating sometimes at very, secluded places. Sometimes are just umbrellas and chairs. Some do with the regular kiosk. But what is the standard really, and how do you ensure that there is sanity in the system? Because I also hear that you are starting some sort of a task force.
Let me say this: we are in agreement with the House to have some sort of sanity in our industry, in our business space. We are in agreement with them. If there's any stakeholder in this business space that has been clamoring for this enforcement of guidelines, it is AMBAN. And so we are in agreement of that. And let me say this, in the motion, it was also posited that there are no guidelines. Our business is not an happenstance. It was a deliberate effort of the government to cushion the effect of poverty and so to also deepen financial inclusion to the last mile. That was why this sector of the business was created. So having said that, there's a guideline. And so we also are of the opinion that the guideline must be strictly enforced. We understand when this started like 10, 11 years ago, before you can become a mobile money or bank agent, you must have a brick and mortar or kiosk. An address that is traceable, that if anybody has any issue, they can easily. In fact, at that time, you also would need a letter from the community head or your market leader to also identify you, that we know him, because you'll be dealing with the public fund. So what we have today, that we have agents under the umbrella, under the trees, are pure violation of the guidelines. And these are the things that we frown at our level, that if these are not nipped in the bud, we are sitting on the keg of gunpowder. And so the association wants this enforcement of the guidelines that we have, the framework of the CBN. However, what we don't want is that there shouldn't be any disconnect between the government and we that are really at the last rung of the ladder. We want them to sit with us, let them hear from us so that we can give them the realities that is obtainable out there. They can't just make laws for us when they do not even understand how the business operates. So that is where we are.
Okay. All right, Oluwasegun, I'll take a quick break, but when I come back, I will also need you to, just give us some, clear way to go as regards some gray areas that people have talked about. For instance, there are talks about, the POS merchant always surrounding banks, and they allegedly make the ATMs not to work. It's still Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. We still have Oluwasegun Elegbede with us in the studios. We'll take a quick break and return with more. Do join us again. Welcome back to Business Insight and Plus TV Africa. We're looking at financial inclusion vis-a-vis the operations of mobile money and, of course, bank agents in Nigeria to ensure sanity, because there have been lots of complaints, concerning the operations. And we have Oluwasegun Elegbede with us here in the studios. So, Oluwasegun, let's talk more concerning that. Is there any truth to the fact that these POS operators, they allegedly, it sounds funny though, they allegedly, make, I don't know, maybe some sort of collaboration, or maybe with bank officials, or I don't know. Sometimes you notice that they're always around banks, and then somehow the ATMs don't work, and lo and behold, you have the POS agents to your rescue.
Yeah, just like I've said, there are allegations and they are laughable. One of the roles that we have come to play, and then I will say categorically that if all mobile money and bank agents down tools today, the banks cannot handle the traffic that they generate. They cannot.
Because practically most people don't even go for bank for withdrawals or transfers these days.
These days you see people with their shorts just walk out of their room to the nearest outlet to make withdrawals. So the fact is there are different networks that's the different switches, the banks, ATM, the POS, even with POS A and POS B, there are different switches. You discover that the next outlet will tell you it doesn't have network on its POS terminal. Then you discover that when you go to the next one, you are able to do your transaction. Does it mean the POS A has sabotaged the network of POS B? No. Just like you have for telcos, where you can say there's no network on your own line, and another person will say, I have network here. That is how this operates. It is pure technology. But when you see that people swarm around ATM points, number one, that is even wrong, because you're not supposed to hawk.
Yeah, they're supposed to have the visible locations.
A visible location. You're not supposed to hawk. It is not bread and puff puff. This is financial service. You have to be in a standard location where people come to you, because you must record your transactions. So when you see people walk around, because they know that there's a limit to what they can load in the machines. And then on weekends, most times, the bank staff have gone home. They only come back to check and reload. So at that point, between the time the machine is not dispensing again and the point they are reloaded, that availability gap is what the POS agent that hawk around make use of, or those that even have outlets around the banks. There's nobody sabotaging. The fact is we have a large population that the banks as we have them today cannot cater for.
All right, let's try and understand something else now. You talked about mobile money operators, you talked about bank agents. I would need you to just give a bit of a differentiation between both of them. And then again, is this an all-commerce affair as it is right now? Or because sometimes you find people ordinarily, it's as though practically everywhere you go, you just see people with POS, even those who do other business, they just put the POS on the side, and they also see their agent as well. So I need you to explain the difference between a mobile money operator and, of course, the bank agent or POS agent, as it were, and how accessible is it to just get a POS?
Okay, so there are two set of institutions that are in the are playing in the field. We have the bank-led and the non-bank-led. The bank-led, you have some banks who have the core agency banking structure. They have it. I don't want to begin to mention names. Then you also have the non-bank-led, the MMOs, who also have the license to operate as a player in the industry. So you can get provided by any of these set of institutions. That is one. Number two, it is not an all-commerce affair. It is just because of the enforcement of the framework and guidelines that we're talking about that is not really in place. And that's why we, as an association, are talking about self-regulation, because we see that things are going down the drain, and we know what efforts some of the pioneers of this business have put in, and we do not want that to go to waste. So it is not an all-commerce affair. Number one, you need to have a visible location. You need to be known. Of course, it's like you're opening a bank account. All the requirements of opening a bank account are required for you to supply it, to have a provider with any of the institutions that you have chosen. But then, of course, there has to be spacing. what we have today is that you see agents cluster around a small area in a place where you just have 50
They seem to be so
residents.
localized.
I mean, one person is serving that 50 people. Then you see that in the next 2 months, another 5 has come. The customers are not increasing.
So how does Amban ensure that that does not happen?
That is what the task force that we have inaugurated now, it's going to ensure across the nation. The task force is going to begin to go out. We piloted this last year in Oyo State, and we saw the result. We went out and we saw that many of these agents are just operating. They don't have any record of any kind. You know, and these are things that are just primary requirements. As an agent, you must have your record book where you record your transactions. If anything happens in 2018, then you go back to your record, open it, and I mean, it has saved a lot of people. But what you find out today is that even transaction of yesterday, some agents will tell you they don't have any record for it.
So invariably, they should be keeping records of every transaction.
Every transaction. Any type of transaction, because in transaction we mean withdrawal, we mean deposit, we mean bill payments.
Okay.
So all of these have to be in a proper book with the dates. And that is how you are able to also track your own fund to know if you are making profit or not. So you don't just get into the business just to throw away money. That is what majority of the people are doing out there.
All right. But I know this in so many ways, has helped a lot of unemployed youths, because practically most people wouldn't just want to fold their arms. School leavers have taken, into this particular business. But then again, I need to understand one more thing. Would you say the banks are, in a way, liable, with this issue of proliferation of POS agents all over the place? Because I've heard a school of thought say that most times they just want to meet target, and also they just go about giving POS randomly. Is this true?
Yeah, I would say yes. Not banks alone now. The MMOs too.
Okay, the mobile money operators.
If there are people that really have this nonchalance attitude to our approach to enforce the guidelines, I mean, there are some players who will tell their agents, being their principal, they will tell them, don't join Amban. And we are telling them, we are not in competition with you. It is for us to have sanity, in the business space, so that everybody will be fine. Now, if all of us come together, as everybody in the value chain come together, we understand the problems that we have, and we see to how we can resolve all of this and have a better business space, better for us. We cannot say, and in all of this, they invest more. And there were times gone by where, some of them were observing these guidelines.
Okay.
But when they saw that some people were not doing same, they joined the fray. I mean, it's now like Banana Republic. That is what we are saying. That is why we are saying we do not want this kind of situation.
All right. We just believe and hope that in a matter of time, a very small time, that these issues that would be adequately addressed, and all of this insanity that we find in this particular sector will be completely be done with over time. We must say a very big thank you to you as well for finding time to join us to look at all of these issues.
Thank you for having me.
All right, indeed, we have been speaking with Oluwasegun Elegbede. He is the National Public Relations Officer of AMBAN, which is the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria. Now, that's the size of the show for today. I am Justin Akadunye. Let's do it again next time. Bye for now.
When Zimbabwean Tinashe Nyamudoka left his homeland for South Africa, he had never tasted wine. Now, 11 years later, he's a renowned sommelier. and the star of a documentary that premiered at New York's Tribeca Film Festival 3 weeks ago.
None of us had ever taken.
Blind Ambition follows Zimbabwe's first 4 sommeliers to take part in the prestigious Blind Wine Tasting Championships in France in 2017 and 2018.
It's like the Olympics of wine tasting.
The 4 men had left Zimbabwe at the height of the country's economic crisis in search of work and have gone on to become among the best wine tasters in South Africa.
Obviously, the first year we didn't do well, but the following year, having to beat the great wine nations like the US, the UK, I think that's one of the best moments. And I think that traveling into the wine world with guys you are so acquainted with and drinking good wines, I mean, it's just...
Warwick Ross, one of the Australian producers of Blind Ambition, said the 4 sommeliers have disrupted the prevailing wisdom that people with wine knowledge are predominantly white.
That fascinated us, and we really wanted to see what happened and wanted to follow these guys as they challenged that white wine world.
Blind Ambition clinched the Audience Award for Best Documentary at Tribeca.
The best palates in the world.
As for Nyamudoka, he launched his own wine label at the end of 2017.
It took a while to get traction, but once people really got into wine, man, it's been doing phenomenally well. I have to be humble and honest and grateful about it.
The man who was uprooted from his country named his brand Kumusha, meaning home or origin in Shona.
Where I've come from, and
now his wines are spread across the globe.
I think I actually do believe in destiny.
Nyamudoka says they are selling out in the United States, Kenya, Holland and Zimbabwe. And soon he'll start exporting to Nigeria and Britain.
Chief Stephen Osita Osadebe was a Nigerian highlife musician from Atani, Anambra State. He was born in March 1936, though the actual date is unknown. He came from a line of singers and dancers in Igbo land. His genre, highlife, encompassed Igbo traditional musical elements. Along with this, calypso, samba, bolero, rumba, jazz, and waltz were also present in Osadebe's musical style. Osadebe's interest in music grew in his high school years at Onitsha, a major commercial city near Atani. His career spanned over 4 decades, and is one of the best-known Igbo life musicians and king of highlife. His all-time hit was the 1984 single Osundi Owendi. It established him as a leader in the highlife genre. The song has been covered by many other musicians and remained one of Nigeria's most popular records ever. Osita Osadebe died in St. Mary's Hospital, Waterbury, Connecticut, on the 11th of May 2007, aged 71, after suffering from severe respiratory difficulties. Chief Oliver the Cork was born Oliver Sunday Akanite on April 14, 1947. He was a guitarist and a prolific recording artist. He started his music at the age of 11 when he learned to play the guitar under Piccolo, a Congolese guitarist living in Nigeria. He served an apprenticeship with Juju stars like Sonny Agaga and Jacob Oluwole. Oliver was regarded a star by his late teens and also considered as the most flamboyant Igbo musician. Since releasing his debut album, Messiah Messiah, in 1977, he recorded no fewer than 93 albums. His dance-inspiring Ogene style of Nigerian highlife blended modern highlife and traditional Igbo music. It spawned hits like the People's Club of Nigeria, Anenwe, An Identity, and many more. He died at the age of 61 in 2008. Bright Chimeze was born on the 1st of October 1960. Bright Chimezie started his career as an instrumentalist in his church, an interest which grew while he was a student at Eke Oba Community Secondary School, Umahia. He was nicknamed Okoro Jr. His music style became known as Zigma sound, a genre which became popular in the eastern part of Nigeria in the early 1980s. It is a mix of contemporary Nigerian music and Igbo high life fused with chanted vocals. Bright Chimezie's lyrics focus on social issues of the country in a rather comical way. His hit songs include Ube Uwanne, Because of English, African Style, Okra Soup, and Oyibo Mentality.
Our teacher come talk say anybody, we talk any vernacular, we talk any vernacular, we talk African language, we talk African language, we talk my people's language, we talk my people's language, we talk any vernacular, say the nation.
His debut album, Respect Africa, in 1984, which thrust him into the limelight, was released on the Rogers All Stars label.
We even said that black is beautiful. Oh, you got to prove it, 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 you got to respect mama. Africa, mama, we got to know her culture. Africa, mama, we got to be proud of her. Africa, mama, we got to respect mama. Africa, mama.
An all-round performer, Okoro Jr. is known for his stylish dance steps, popularly known as leg walk. This peculiar delivery of excellent steps and a warring chant earned him the title, the Duke of African Music.
Good evening. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. A Catholic priest in charge of St. Anthony's Parish and Gwari community in the Jos East local government area of Plateau State, Reverend James Kantoma, was also the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in the Kantul area, has been kidnapped by gunmen. It was gathered that Kantoma was abducted at his house in the community by the gunmen last night. The police PRO of the state command, Alabo Alfred, when contacted, said that the command was aware of the incident and had deployed officers and men from the anti-kidnapping unit to the community. Meanwhile, the Oyo State Police Command has confirmed the abduction of the Bishop of Jebel Diocese, Kwara State, Reverend Aderogbadi Kaluwa, his wife, Oriofe, and the driver. They were abducted yesterday around 8:30 p.m. at an isolated area along the new Oyo-Ogbomoso Expressway. The command has initiated an intensive manhunt for the abductors. As source hinted, the abductors have demanded a ransom of 50 million naira. The source also hinted that former Vice-Chancellor of the Ajayi Crowther University, Professor Dapo Ashaju, was contacted by the abductors. President Muhammadu Buhari was at the Eagle Square in Abuja today for the 2022 Democracy Day Parade. The parade is an annual exercise held in honor of the nation's return to civil rule and to remember Nigeria's heroes of democracy. President Buhari's arrival was heralded by a general salute signaling the official kickoff of the exercise. Prior to the president's arrival, the guards had fallen into formation with several general salutes taken to welcome squad leaders and the commander of the Guards Brigade. There were also general salutes for the service chiefs and the Inspector General of the Police Force, as well as salutations for former president and vice president, among other dignitaries. Present at the arena to welcome President Buhari were the Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Magashi, Chief of Staff, General Lucky Rabel, ministers and other members of the President's Cabinet, members of the National Assembly, and members of the Diplomatic Corps. All women need access to high-quality care during pregnancy, during and after childbirth in order to reduce the high rate of infant and maternal mortality. Those were the words of the representatives of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saint Chimaroke Udechi in Abacha, Enugu State, during the commissioning of the newly revamped Ugboezeji Primary Health Center. The representatives of the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Honorable Obina Ogbo, while thanking the church for her humanitarian work, called on members of the public to join their hands with the government to develop the society.
I'm used to dealing with medical equipment, so I understand how expensive this equipment that have been provided free of charge for Ugboezeji Health Center is. Please, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, you guys are wonderful. You've done remarkably well, and the government is happy with you. I want us to understand something. Development comes faster when the community synergizes efforts with government. I love that. Most of the time we sit down and we cross our hands and we expect the government to be everywhere at the same time. The government cannot be everywhere at the same time. But if organizations, if communities, if religious bodies partner with government, we will bring development faster to the people, to the grassroots.
Another thing here is suction machine. I talked about children not being able to breathe very well because they have drunk what they call life water. A lot of those water the children are living inside for 9 months. Some of them enter their nose. And if you don't suck out everything very well, the child may not survive, the child will die. So there's a suction machine that was also supplied, which is an equipment that is used to suck out all the fluid and the liquid in the child's nose so that he can breathe air freely. These are some of the things that have been supplied here that will help the children here live longer. Tell all the other men and to tell their wives that there are some facilities here now that were not here before. And they should not be afraid to come and register antenatal here. And when they go into labor, they should not be afraid to come and deliver here because there's some equipment that will help them enjoy
The church, which has been in the business of providing school for the needy in the society as part of an effort to alleviate their suffering, also made provisions for medical equipment for the center, saying that the gesture was geared towards reducing infant and maternal mortality rates among rural women. Reactions have continued to trail the margins of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as the presidential flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress. That's our Street Views. Take a listen.
I'm not happy at all because the way this country is going now, we need a vibrant young man, somebody that has something to move this country to the next level. Atiku Abubakar, I believe he will clinch the ticket of presidency because he comes from North where they always come with block votes. And I believe his people will vote for him.
I tell you that I'm very, very happy. I'm from Adamawa State. And the opposition of the Tinubu is from Adamawa State. That's Atiku Abubakar. And I don't have anything that Atiku bring to Adamawa State when he was a vice president. And talk less of he want to become a president. So I prepare Tinubu more than Atiku. I have 80% assurance Tinubu will win this election.
Actually, I'm partially happy. The reason I say I'm partially happy is that it's this set of people that are doing it. Not that he's not a good person or not, but is he going to stay on his word? Is he going to create employment? Look at Lagos now, transport, fighting every day and then. That's not the issue. Chances against Abubakar is like, let me just say, 30-70. I give him 30 and I give Atiku 70.
I'm happy
because there's nobody that can match Atiku in that APC caucus. And if they place Tinubu and Atiku side by side, we prefer Tinubu. He has affected so many lives. That is it.
To tell you the truth, I've not been happy ever since I heard that, to tell you the truth, because these same guys have been the people ruling over us. They've ruled our fathers. They deceived us the last time. Right now, I don't really know who to pick, but my mind goes for Peter Obi.
Let's give it to Tinubu. Atiku has no chance. He has no chance. I'm telling you. When it comes to politics, playing politics, intellect, give it to Tinubu.
This is the time for him to prove his popularity this time around, because he's contesting with the giant. The other one he did is a domestic election. This one is general. After that, what we now know, Atiku is very powerful. I can see it's only Atiku that is powerful. Kwakwaso and Obi, no.
And in other parts of Africa, the Court of Appeal in London has rejected an appeal filed by immigration rights advocates and public employee unions that sought an injunction to temporarily block deportation flights, which are scheduled to begin on Tuesday. One of the lawyers for the migrants, Raz Hussein, had argued that the government's plan involved the forced removal of asylum seekers to a country they don't want to travel to as part of a policy intended to deter others from trying to enter Britain. It said this amounts on any view to serious interference with basic dignity, where those individuals have already suffered significant trauma and have mental health issues. Outside Africa, the United Nations Human Rights Chief Michelle Bachelet indicated today that she will not seek a second term. The surprise announcement coming in a wide-ranging speech to the Geneva-based Human Rights Council. Bachelet made a trip to China last month, for which she was criticized by right group as well as some Western governments, including the United States, who said conditions Chinese authorities imposed on the visa did not enable a complete and independent assessment of the right environment. In the same speech, she said her office was working on an updated assessment of the human rights situation in China's western region of Xinjiang, where there are widespread allegations that mostly Muslim Uyghur people have been unlawfully detained, mistreated, and forced to work. China denies all accusation of abuse in Xinjiang. And in business, Nigeria's electricity grid operated by the transmission company of Nigeria has again collapsed. The development, which has been reoccurring in recent times, occurred around 7 p.m. yesterday. Recall that the grid has collapsed about 10 times this year as electricity generation remained at about 2,000 megawatts for the past 3 months. Many of the distribution companies which confirmed the development said the system operated from Oshogbo in Osun State shut down around 6:49 p.m. Head Corporate Communications at Enugu Disco, Emeka Eze, said all the company's outgoing feeders were down, affecting supply to customers in Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states. Since the electricity sector was privatized in 2013, Nigeria's Oshogbo-based national grid has failed electricity consumers more than 130 times. And in entertainment, a play Emir Sanusi Truth in Clay, produced by Duke of Shomolu Productions, is to be staged in Lagos and Abuja in August, according to a statement by the producers. The executive chairman of Duke of Shomolu Productions, Joseph Edger, who signed the statement, said the play will depict the lives, dramas, and intrigues surrounding the dethronement of both the Emir Sanusi I and his grandson, Emir Sanusi II, leaning heavily on the eyewitness accounts of the palace guards who served both emirs. According to Edger, the former emir has confirmed his readiness to attend both performances to be held in both cities, and the play will make history as the first locational play in Nigeria, if not Africa, utilizing different costs in both locations. And finally in sport, the Super Eagles have grabbed 3 points against the Falcons and True Parrots of Sao Tome and Principe at the Grand Stade Agade, also known as Adres Stadium. The Nigerian team had also bagged all 3 points in their 2-1 defeat of Sierra Leone at the MKO Abiola Stadium, Abuja. Victor Osimhen scored 4 times to give the Super Eagles a resounding victory in their day-to encounter of the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations qualification series in Morocco. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Tsadar rayuwa ta fara ƙure haƙurin wasu 'yan Najeriya, musamman ma yadda farashin kayan masarufi ke hawa-hawa, kasancewar
Young MD, another kept it by my side. Nigeria. A Najeriya ƙasa muna da arziki mu da zamu ji daɗi amma mu ne muke jinjiri mu ne muke jinjiri ba ƙaramin yaro babba har ma ɗan jinjiri ya kamata ku duba babatun uba mutane da yawa mun yi lafi sai mun tuba babatun addini ko ya shiri ya kini in gaskiya ta zo a faɗa ko da za a kini Nigeria we supposed to be a first na us the last ba a batun relax ya kamata fa mu canza babatun mu gazza kar wani ya zo yana mana fa kallon banza kidnapper sun bi sun dame mu ba mu kananan yara ba ma da iyayenmu yunwa ya zami da kanmu gwamnati ya kamata fa ku duba lamarinmu la text message young MD I'm said daga nan jani ga kasan mafara a kaidin all my people I want you to read in this special message I send him sai mu haɗa kanmu Yoruba Igbo har da ma Hausawanmu sai mu kauda cin hanci fa ma gabanmu Najeriya uwa kusan ita ce ƙasanmu fyaɗe babatun kuɗaɗe muna gudu mu kwana daji babakin gidaje fyaɗe babatun kuɗaɗe muna gudu mu kwana daji babakin gidaje Nigeria shaye-shaye bai da kyau shike damun mu a ƙasar mu ma dai ma fa a yau